Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us this evening. This is the Monday, the September 11th, 2023 meeting of council. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carlton brasse porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. At this time, I will look to Councillor Lindell to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Moving into the mayor's report for this evening, and I have been notified by a couple councillors that they will be timing me on my mayor's report. I do want to begin this evening with condolences on behalf of council and city staff. I'd like to extend condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Nancy Stores. If you were involved in the rowing community here in St. Catharines, you definitely knew Nancy. 1985, she moved north of the border to St. Catharines, where she spent the next 4 decades sharing her love of rowing out of the Ridley Graduate Boat Club. Whether you rowed for a few years or a lifetime, Nancy made sure your memories of the sport were fond ones. She was the consummate volunteer around Henley Island, and in addition to coaching, she helped run local regattas, including the Royal Canadian Henley and the Canadian Secondary School Championships. Our condolences to Nancy's family and the rowing community. I also wanted to take a moment today to honor the memory of all those brave souls who were lost 22 years ago in the September 11th terrorist attack. May we always remember their stories and the courage of the first responders. I'd also like, on behalf of City Council, to send along our best wishes for a speedy recovery to the crossing guard who was injured last week while on the job. We urge all members of our community to exercise caution and be vigilant while driving, especially in school zones and areas where crossing guards are on duty. And I know there will be a motion coming forward later on this evening with respect to that particular accident. I do want to extend thanks to Chief Upper and the entire St. Catharines Fire Department for their work on the fire on King Street this past week. It was the result of very quick action by the fire department as well as contractors who were on site nearby coming to the rescue of the individuals who were inside of the King Street address. Again, on behalf of City Council and everybody here at City Hall, thank you to our fire services for the exceptional professional work that they always do. In the news, we It's been a while since the last time we were here. Since that last meeting, a number of things have happened. First things first, a number of this council went to AMO. I want to thank Councillors Dodge, Councillor Harris, Councillor Lindell, Councillor Miller, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Stevens, Councillor Townsend, as well as the city staff that came along to the AMO conference this year. In the first year of any council mandate, the first AMO tends to be jam-packed, and this one was no different. I know personally I was in 13 different delegations with ministers and members of the provincial government. And I had councillors with me for the city delegations. I appreciate all of the work that went into those. I want to thank staff for preparing us very well. A number of follow-up meetings and additional meetings have come out of those meetings and delegations that we held at AMO, so I am looking forward to the results there. On behalf of St. Catharines City Council, I was honored to be a part of the flag raising to celebrate the one-year countdown until the World Rowing Championship, which is coming to St. Catharines in 2024. It was a great day to celebrate the city of St. Catharines and rowing here in partnership with St. Catharines World Rowing and Rowing Canada Aviron. We are proudly hosting the World Rowing Senior, Under 23, and Junior Championships, the Mega Worlds, as it's been described, at the Royal Canadian Henley Rowing Course next week. And I want to thank Bill Schenk and Regional Councillor Tim Rigby for their work as co-chairs of the event. It's going to be a very exciting time as we welcome approximately 2,000 athletes and thousands of spectators from around the world to our city. Earlier this month, I was pleased to attend the grand reopening of Bogart Street Park. The revitalization of the park was made possible through funding from the Government of Canada and the Province of Ontario as part of the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, or ICIP, which supports different community, cultural, and recreation infrastructure projects. A lot of enhancements, including new landscaping, a new parking lot, a new playground structure with different accessibility elements, and the tennis courts were transformed into a multi-use area. They still have tennis, but they also have basketball, ball hockey, and handball. There was also a collaboration that took place with the Niagara Regional Native Center and the talents of Indigenous artist Cheyenne Ricard. The upgrades to the park, including a stunning art installation on the outside of the Port Weller Community Center called Oneka. A couple of weeks ago, I also had the pleasure of joining the Honourable Philomena Tassi, the Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, for an announcement of $4 million in federal funding to increase production and create jobs at FPT Inc. Here in St. Catharines to meet the rising demand for domestic production of EV, energy, and semiconductor-related parts. For those who don't know, FBT Inc. is a family-run business that's been operating in St. Catharines for over 7 decades, and this investment will allow them to be able to increase their productivity by 75%, which will allow them to fulfill their growing orders, create 40 skilled jobs, and support domestic manufacturing capacity for Ontario's leading EV manufacturers. So congrats to President Rob Forstinger and General Manager Chris Forstinger, and thank you for your contributions to the growth and the development of St. Catharines. Later that day, I was able to sit down with Minister Tassi and other leaders in our community at a community economic roundtable hosted by Brock. We discussed top economic development opportunities that we see in the Niagara region, highlighted by opportunities that exist in both the marine and the wine industries. On August 23rd, we raised the Ukrainian flag in honor of Ukrainian Independence Day here at City Hall, and I want to thank Councillor Garcia for attending on my behalf to help celebrate our Ukrainian community. September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, which is a time to acknowledge the thousands of children and their families who are dealing with a cancer diagnosis, raise awareness about the reality of childhood cancer, and emphasize the importance of research. So I want to thank Councillor McPherson for raising the flag at City Hall and for organizations like Making More Miracles in memory of Miranda Bauer, which offers extremely valuable services for cancer patients, their families, and the community as a whole. Earlier this month, Councillor McPherson and Ratzlaff attended the International Overdose Awareness March with myself and the rally to memorialize those who have been lost to opioid poisonings and overdose. This month, I was also proud to welcome and congratulate a number of new businesses in our community: Anger and Artistry on James Street, the Shoe Company in the Penn Center, and the new Dollar Tree on Lake Street. I want to thank the Meriton Lions for organizing another amazing Labor Day parade again this year. I was happy to be joined by Councillors Miller, Lindell, Ratzlaff, Harris, Stevens, and Dodge, all of us in the parade. Councillor Garcia, did I see you there?
Yes, I was riding with the Terry Fox.
I knew it, and I wanted to make sure that I pointed out that Councillor Garcia was there as well, because he was. But I really appreciated the donations to community care and the council involvement as a part of the Labor Day parade. And I'm sure at least one of the two Meriton councilors will have something to say about this at the end of the mayor's report. This past weekend, I was thrilled to participate in the 7th Annual Celebration of Nations, Niagara's annual Indigenous arts gathering that celebrates creativity, diversity, and resilience. On Friday night, I attended the 2023 Outstanding Achievement Awards that celebrate excellence within the Indigenous community. On Saturday morning, then, I participated in the Procession of Nations along with Councillors Garcia, McPherson, and Stevens, along with a very special guest appearance from the Lord Mayor of Niagara on the Lake, Gary Zalepa. And I put that in there because I wanted to say Lord Mayor because it's such a fun thing to say. The Procession of Nations is a powerful and a moving part of the celebration of nations, and it was great to see the breadth and diversity of Indigenous individuals who live within the Niagara region and who traveled long distances from across Turtle Island to join in the procession. It's also very inspiring to be led by the Indigenous youth in the procession and to join both the Indigenous and the allied communities to be a part of the procession. The city is looking to make improvements and beautify the shoreline along Lake Ontario through the development of a waterfront access master plan. On September 26th, the city will host a virtual public information center at 5 p.m. The session will involve a presentation by a consultant as well as provide an opportunity for residents to provide feedback about the plan. The PIC will also be recorded and put on the city's YouTube page for any residents who can't participate but would like to watch at a later date. For those looking to participate, visit the city's website at stcatharines.ca for information. And now we're on to the last page, Councillor Miller. Upcoming events. Please feel free to join myself, as well as I'm sure Councillor Garcia and Councillor Williamson, on September 17th to take part in the Terry Fox Run, taking place in Lakeside Park. This year's event commemorates the 43rd anniversary of Terry's Marathon of Hope, and to date, over $850 million has been raised for cancer research in Terry's honor across Canada. To donate, visit terryfox.ca/run. On October the 14th at the Penn Center, we will be doing the Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event to raise awareness and vital funds for Jillian's Place. This year, Walk a Mile in Her Shoes needs to raise $125,000 to help support priority and underfunded programs that enable women, sexually and gender diverse folks to break the cycle of violence and abuse. To donate, visit jilliansplace.com/walk-a-mile-in-her-shoes. That's to be able to donate. And that will be put up somewhere on my social media in the next couple of minutes so that people don't have to try and remember that entire URL themselves. And then finally, Grape and Wine is right around the corner. Niagara Grape and Wine Festival is the oldest and the largest celebration of its kind in Canada, and it just so happens to occur in our backyard. It takes place in the historic Montebello Park over the course of the next 2 weekends, September 15th to 17th and 22nd to 24th, with a celebration of the region and the bounty of the harvest, offering wine and culinary experiences that truly showcase all that our home has to offer. The event will feature 100 Niagara VQA wines, mouth-watering local cuisine, and 50-plus hours of live music. We have the Pied Piper Parade coming up this Saturday. We have the Mayor's Grape Stomp on Sunday. Out of curiosity, who's participating in the Mayor's Grape Stomp? Is it just me? Apparently it burns when you stomp on the grapes. And then, of course, the Grand Parade on Saturday, September the 23rd at 11 a.m. here in downtown St. Catharines. And I described my outfit. It's different from the last guys, but I described my outfit to some of council a few minutes ago, and they were thoroughly impressed. I could tell they're looking forward to seeing the outfit. I do have one other note. I want to wish a good luck to the St. Catharines Falcons. They have their season opener this Friday at 7 p.m. at Seymour Hanna versus Caledonia, and it is sure to be a good game as the hockey season gets back in full swing. With that, are there any councillors that want to add anything? All right, I have Councillor Lindell, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Stevens. I saw Councillor Garcia put his name up. Okay, so Councillor Lindell.
So yes, we're going to talk about the Meriton Parade. Councillor Miller and myself would like to thank everyone on behalf of the Lions Club for their participation, their sponsorship, their volunteerism, all of the exceptionally hard work that they put on for that weekend. This is their major fundraiser, and they rely on members of the community from all over St. Catharines to come and participate, and you did. And we thank every single one of you because this was a very good success, especially coming in after COVID and not being able to raise as much money as they have in the past. So thank you to everyone who came. Thank you for everyone who participated in the parade, and thank you for everyone who came to the fireworks. It was a great event, and it was amazing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Councillor Williamson. Wait, there we go.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the opportunity to represent you and all of council at the St. Catharines Game and Fish Association Annual Kids Fishing Derby on Saturday. Amazing prizes that were given out. I think the winner caught 42 different species of fish, which is pretty incredible, and they did an amazing job, so thanks to them for all their work, and there's a real good environmental message that goes along with it.
42? That's incredible. All right, I'm thoroughly impressed. That's amazing. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On last Friday past, another new business had their grand reopening. I got to participate in the ribbon cutting ceremony on behalf of you and council, stacked on Glendale in the Sobeys Plaza. So the place was packed at stacked. And anyways, it's a really good breakfast, and you should all get out there and try it. And it was nice to be able to do a ribbon cutting and support another new business in our city.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I represented you and council at the 18th Annual Suicide Awareness Walk on World Suicide Prevention Day. And I just want to say it was a great turnout and with some incredible speakers who were very willing to share their tragic stories and experiences with suicide. And just a big thank you to the Distress Center, who last year answered over 15,000 calls from Niagara residents who were in distress, and that a reminder that suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds, and that in Niagara, one person dies every 9 days by suicide. And the Distress Center and their partners, CMHA, Pathstone, Cason, United Way, do an incredible job. And I want to thank them for that.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, the Friends of Walker's Creek are going to have their annual stargazing event on September the 23rd, beginning at 7:30. Members of the Royal Astronomical Society provide their telescopes, which are not your basic bedroom telescope that you might purchase. They are very powerful, and they're very educated towards stargazing, and so it's open to all the residents in St. Catharines, free of charge. They say it's going to start at 7:30 or dusk, so it's always a good turnout, and parking along Cindy Drive is where you go to get there. As far as grape and wine is concerned, thanks for mentioning that. One concern, I guess I'm going to say it's a concern, is that for the weekend, they have a lack of volunteers. So if there's anybody out there that would like to volunteer, contact the Grape and Wine office within this week. As far as Smart Serve, if you don't have it, they will make sure that you get it, and they will pay for it, provided that you spend a few hours volunteering. And there are some significant bonuses to being a volunteer, as far as some freebies that are handed out. So I encourage anyone who's in the mode of volunteering to reach out. Next, the Niagara Symphony is having their first concert on September the 17th. They're beginning their 75th year of existence. It's going to be a big year. All of council have a brochure that has been published. I handed them out tonight for those residents. Go online, you can find out what concerts you'd like to go to, and I guarantee it's going to be a great year. And lastly, yesterday was the Great Ride for Cancer throughout Niagara. Over $100,000, I understand, was raised that will go towards cancer research in in St. Catharines. So congratulations to everyone who participated in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that you and I had the pleasure of participating in the Easter Seals Regatta at the Lucy Yacht Club yesterday. And this is the first one they have held in 3 years because of the pandemic. And it's typically an annual event that is held to raise money for the great cause of Easter seals and what they do for the kids. And they take the kids out on boats, and they have prizes, and they raise money for, again, the great work that they do with kids. And it was just a fantastic time that we had. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia, for talking about that one. I will just echo the joy on the kids' faces getting onto the boats and being able to get out onto the water was absolutely incredible. So kudos to the Dalhousie Yacht Club and the Easter Seals for making that happen yesterday. It was one of the best things I've had the opportunity to see in this job. All right, I see no other colleagues with anything to add, so I will move on to the adoption of the agenda, and I will look to the clerk.
So the following amendments have been made to the agenda. Consent report item 6.3, it's from Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services. It's item P15042 Briarsdale Creek, being amended to remove the following clause from the recommendation, which is further that the solicitor be directed to prepare the necessary bylaws. The clause isn't necessary, so we're just removing that. The following councillors have advised that they'll be requesting to suspend the rules to consider motions not appearing on the agenda. The first is from Councillor Harris regarding a motion to endorse our nomination application for Rodman Hall for the Lieutenant Governor's Ontario Heritage Award for Excellence in Conservation. And the second is from Councillor Ratzlaff regarding a motion for traffic calming along Carlton Street between Ontario Street and Lake Street, and along Lake Street between Carlton and Welland Avenue. So you'll have a separate vote for each of those to add them to be for consideration for tonight. And you have 2 items of additional correspondence in your sugar sink folder. The first is a confidential memo from the Director of Community Recreation and Culture Services regarding the assignment of the Hague Bowl Arena lease. And the second is a confidential memo from the Deputy CAO regarding discussions pertaining to 25 YMCA Drive.
All right, so at this time, we will deal with the motions to suspend the rules. Councillor Harris has provided notice that he would like council to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda to endorse a nomination application for Rodman Hall for the Lieutenant Governor's Ontario Heritage Award for Excellence in Conservation. Per Council's procedure bylaw, section M6.4, motions not appearing on the agenda can only be considered if Council votes unanimously in favor of considering the motion. If the motion to suspend the rules passes, then Council will consider the matter under the motions portion of the agenda. So at this time, we have a motion that Council suspend the rules in accordance with procedural bylaw 2021-124, section M6.4, to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda. Moving the motion is Councillor Harris. Do I have a seconder to suspend the rules? Councillor Kushner. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We have a second motion to suspend the rules. Councillor Ratzlaff has provided notice that he would like council to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda regarding traffic calming along Carlton Street between Ontario Street and Lake Street, and along Lake Street between Carlton Street and Welland Avenue. Per council's procedure by law, section M6.4, motions not appearing on the agenda can only be considered if council votes unanimously in favor of considering the motion. If the motion to suspend the rules passes, then council will consider the matter under the motions portion of the agenda. So the motion has been moved by Councillor Ratzlaff, seconding the motion to suspend the rules. I have...
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Can I finish first?
Oh, okay, I have my hand up, that's all, sorry.
Good to know. I'm seconding the motion. I have Councillor McPherson. These are non-debatable. However, Councillor, if you have a question.
I didn't hear it really that clearly. Are we talking about Carlton Street where perhaps that accident just happened?
That is exactly where we are talking about.
Is that a regional road, and would that be the region? And has the Director of Engineering already engaged the region to perhaps put a stop sign there? I'm just wondering.
Who am I looking to? Mr. Murata.
Yeah, we have. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are aware that it's a regional road, and we have been in contact with the folks over at the region about that location, that street, and the interest in doing something post-accident.
I guess the only reason I was thinking is because instead of a motion, would it make more sense just the mayor to send a letter saying we would like a stop sign there immediately?
So I believe that is a part of the motion that is being forwarded, along with, just looking here, bollard, traffic bollards in the middle of the street. So there are a couple of items to it.
Okay.
But I think
That's all.
that is a part of the motion.
Okay.
So with that, we have a motion to suspend the rules. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So, adoption of the minutes. Council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on August 14th, 2023. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councilor Lindell, Councilor Williamson, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Are there any declarations of interest this evening? Any declarations of pecuniary interest? All right, seeing none, just a reminder, the councilors are required to submit written statements of declarations via the online form. Moving on to consent reports, I'm requesting that we endorse item 6.5, sub-item 15, correspondence from the Niagara region regarding support for Association of Municipalities of Ontario Municipal Code of Conduct recommendations. So the motion is that council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover for the consent agenda? Councilor Stevens. Can I look to the clerk to read out the consent reports?
Today's consent agenda includes item 6.1, CRCS Totem Pole Installation Feasibility Study. Item 6.2, EFES St. Paul Crescent, St. Paul Street West Parking Analysis. Item 6.3, EFES Engineering Construction P15042 Briarsdale Creek. Item 6.4, PBS Building Services Annual Report on Revenues, Expenses, Stabilization Reserve Fund for 2022. And item 6.5, LCS Council Correspondence, save and accept that item from AMO, which would be endorsed. Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Moving on to number 7, we have a public meeting. Notice of consideration to the creation of administrative penalties for violations of the various city bylaws has been published in accordance with the city's notice bylaw. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Paul Chudoba, Manager of Bylaw Enforcement, will explain the proposal. Then members of the public who were wishing to delegate were advised to register by 9 a.m. today. No one requested to speak. Does anyone in attendance wish to speak to this? Seeing none at this time. Once that opportunity to speak is completed, the public meeting will be closed, and then council will be able to ask staff questions and consider the report recommendation. At this time, the public meeting is now open, and I will call upon Paul Chudoba, the Manager of Bylaw Enforcement, to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, councillors, Mayor Cisco, and members of the public. Before this council today are 11 bylaws in the municipality that are recommended to be designated bylaws under the city's non-parking AMPS bylaw. This is another piece towards a modernization of the city's bylaw enforcement division and enhancing service deliverables to the public overall. Non-parking AMPS are utilized in 6 bylaws currently enforced in the municipality. Non-parking AMPS have proven to be an effective tool in obtaining voluntary compliance and further discouraging deviant and non-compliant behavior. Thank you.
Short, succinct, and to the point. Members of the public wishing to speak? Is there any? All right, I see none. At this point, I need a motion to close the public meeting respecting the creation of administrative penalties for violations of the various city bylaws. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Dodge, Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Is there a councillor who would like to move the recommendation in the report to put it on the floor? Councillor Miller, can I have a seconder? Councillor Phillips. So at this time, if there are any questions, comments, concerns for staff, I have Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really support this because, as we all know, enforcing any fines under these bylaws is really a cumbersome and expensive and time-consuming process. The only thing I would ask, and I don't know whether Mr. Chidova can answer this or I should address it to the CAO, is very important that we communicate this change to the public broadly, because otherwise we're going to get all kinds of complaints when people all of a sudden are hit with these fines and they assume that the old process was in place. So we need to get that information out there. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, my question is actually very similar to what Councillor Garcia was asking. What's the communications plan on this to the public? And I'm just wondering if someone can share that from the staff side of.
Mr. Chidova.
Hey, Your Worship, if we could send that to communications with respect to that.
That makes sense as well. Who do we have from communications who might be able to? Maybe Mr. Oakes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just to provide some clarity, so we would be communicating this through the proper communication channels. I think where Councillor Garcia was going and Councillor Townsend as well, part of the process is making sure that all, when infractions come forward, anybody who is in contravention would be aware that it's now under the AMPS program, and I would defer to planning on how best they're going to move that issue forward.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillors, communicating after the fact is we will be doing a broad range of communications through our social media and through the Engage STC webpage on these changes, and they will, if we can likely include some dialogue for councillors if they wish to send them out on their own personal newsletters to their constituents.
Thank you. My last question is through you, Mr. Mayor. Council did talk about, I guess it would go to Niagara Regional Police, but the loud muffler, but that was Niagara Regional Police, so that would have gone too. So the reason I'm asking is I've had a few calls this week from constituents asking, and I've just directed them to NRP as opposed to Citizens First, and I guess that doesn't fall into any of this.
Unfortunately, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Stevens, followed by Councillor Garcia, and then Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to ask a question about some of the items there, just for clarification, like item number 5 in column 2, failure to ensure fences free from unsightly markings, stains, and defacements. Can you clarify, can someone clarify what that means for the public if they see that, and who decides what's unsightly? Just to help out our residents.
Mr. Chidova?
Through the chair to the councillor, one thing to keep in mind, what's before you here is these are referred to as short form wordings, and ultimately it's a succinct capture as to what's actually interpreted in the bylaws. So if you would revert to the section that's available in the itemized list there, it would then bring you to the bylaw where you would have a more comprehensive explanation as to exactly what the offense is. If you tried to put a whole paragraph into a ticket, you would probably run out of room very quickly.
Thank you. And then one other item, please. I know there's an explanation on the top, but everybody, they don't usually read everything, our residents, when they're complaining to us. So column 3, the penalty is $200, and it says, so if they pay the fine but don't correct the issue, the second time it's a $350 fine, and then accumulates if the issue hasn't been rectified, they get issued other fines. Correct?
Mr. Chidova?
Through the chair to the counselor, so that is correct. It's intended as a progressive penalty system, so you'd have your first offense and subsequent, but once you get to tier 3, it stays at that level and continues so for a year, since up to the initial ticketing at the tier 3.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for, since I already spoke, but regarding communications, I was going to suggest that it's probably, if appropriate, to have a media release that explains what is happening, because we have to keep in mind that so many people out there don't get their news from social media or on the internet. And also to clarify, I think what the director said, I believe what you said is that when somebody gets notified at address X that they're in violation of property standards, for example, that notice will point out what the penalties are, or will they know anything from the notice?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I may have misunderstood your first question. When I answered earlier, it was about the communication strategy, and we can certainly take that direction back and use print media through newspapers, if that would be helpful. I'll defer your question to notices of property standards matters to Paul Chidoba.
Through the chair to the councillor, there is also one thing that I would like to reiterate here, is that all of these bylaws are not having new, I guess you could say, they are already prosecutable under the Provincial Offences Act. So that's not something that is being brought in new. This administrative penalty would be replacing that. So those already exist. These are offenses that the public would be aware of up to that point. But as is communicated when we deal with property standards, this information is placed on there, as we do with our other bylaws under non-parking amps, that there is a penalty system in place and it can start at a certain limit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the same vein of public awareness and education, there's one bylaw that I think there's not enough awareness of, and that is our anti-idling bylaw. I've witnessed a couple larger vehicles in grocery store parking lots where I've gone in and their motors were idling. I come back out and they're still running. So I think if we could specifically draw some attention to that, it would be helpful. As well, the other place where people leave their cars idling is when they get caught by the bridge, as was featured extensively in Canada's what was the show? Can't think. Amazing Race Canada, right? Yeah, they must have hammered on that about 4 or 5 different times, but still, it's a problem, and we shouldn't be leaving our cars idling, particularly when we got the circumstances that we're in, climate-wise. Thank you.
You don't want me to tell you the story about the very large F-350 I saw idling as I went in for a meal at a restaurant 2 weeks ago, and when I came back out after the hour and 15 minutes, it was still sitting in the parking lot idling. I don't understand it, but Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have is with respect to enforcement. For example, we have something in the bylaw regarding the posting of signs on utility poles, and I recall years ago we told that wasn't enforceable because even though we know the company that has the signs, we don't know who put them up. Could staff speak to that?
Through his worship to the councillor, so I won't get into a specific circumstance, but I can speak in general terms that sign enforcement is difficult, as for one, you'd have to attribute that the person or persons had placed it there to begin with, and whether that advertisement is at all linked to who might have actually put it there, who the advertiser is. So unless it has their name and phone number and address and so forth, it really does create levels of challenges. But that's an enforcement thing that gets explored. It can potentially be enforceable, but it's incredibly difficult.
Okay, and would that be similar to some companies throwing newspapers on the driveway where they are not wanted, and a lot of times they end up on the sidewalk? Would that be the same problem?
Well, through his worship to the councillor, at this point, for a circumstance like that, we would utilize the city's waste bylaw and ultimately leave the property owner responsible for that. With the respective distribution of newspaper materials, we don't have something set in place for that.
Okay, and the question was asked with respect to idling. I get complaints of idling next to schools. Is that an ongoing problem?
Through his worship to the councillor, so with respect to idling, bylaw enforcement is not involved in the enforcement of that currently.
So who is involved? Okay, perhaps I can get that answer later.
We'll ask staff to follow up with the counselor after the meeting once we have clarification on that.
Okay, another common complaint is barking dogs, and that can lead to serious neighborhood disputes. So what's the process? I've been told the process, but I think it'd be worthwhile to have the public hear what the process is.
Through his worship to the councillor, so barking dog complaints are currently addressed by the city's contractor, Greater Niagara Animal Services, but perhaps the councillor, to speak more general, a noise complaint that's taken in, the noise log is completed, and that's considered a witness statement. And with that statement, we utilize it for prosecution purpose. The witness statement would be applicable towards an administrative penalty should we receive a witness, so to speak, willing to go through with providing that statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Shadova, presently, when there's a bylaw infraction, our bylaw officers go to the door and deliver a letter indicating that the resident has a certain length of time to rectify the problem, correct?
Through his worship to the councillor, that most occurrences would go that way.
Okay. When that happens, getting to what Councillor Garcia was communication-wise, is the amount of, if you want, fine indicated at the time if he or she, if the problem is not rectified, are they told it's going to cost you, say, $250 if you don't get it done by a certain time?
Through his worship to the councillor, most correspondence, if not all, in terms of orders to comply with property standards, do label in there that there could be administrative penalties imposed, or there may be prosecution. It does include as well that there may be reinspection fees in accordance with the city's fees and charges bylaw should compliance not be obtained after the second inspection, and so forth. So that is communicated to the public in the four corners of the page.
My point being is that the exact amount probably is not. If you were told on your first offense, if you don't get it done within a week, it's going to cost you $250. If they don't do it within that period of time and you come back, whatever the timeline is, a second time, or if you come back a second time this summer and say, okay, your fine is going to be $350, number one, they can't come back to us and say, I didn't know it was going to be that much money. To me, it should be, if you could tell them how much it's going to cost them, it's going to be more of a deterrent for them and you're going to get it done quicker. And it's going to stop phone calls of complaints to us saying, I didn't know it was going to cost me that much money. Can we do that? By putting an amount in the letter that is given to, by the bylaw enforcement officer to the resident at the time.
So through his worship to the councillor, that's something that I would be cautious about placing on there, because then we might be held to task on the specific dollar amount, so to speak. So if it was part of the tiered progressive system, first ticket $250, then $500, then $750, sometimes persons might fixate on that, well, it was only $250, I didn't know it was going to continue to go up. But ultimately, if we're there a second offense and a third offense, we're likely not getting the compliance that we need. But our orders to comply do provide on there that there is a system of bylaws in place, and the website information is provided. It's a condensed, it's not the long version, it's simply stcatharines.ca. bylaws, where the members of the public can go and find that resource so that they can find exactly what, or educate themselves as to what the process is.
To me, it would make sense if you're coming back a second time. Maybe you don't put the amount of money that's involved, and you say, this is your second offense. If it's not done, your fine will be double what it was the last time. Just a thought. Just trying to make it simple.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. When I read through this for the noise bylaw, is there anything in here that, because I have had some complaints where there perhaps a neighborhood party or festival or something that's carried out, say, from 10 o'clock in the morning till 11 o'clock at night, constantly for a couple of days, where it's quite loud and is quite disruptive to people. Is there, and do we have anything in place for that, or is that because it's within those timeframes it's allowed?
Through his worship to the councillor. So there are abilities here to actually issue a penalty at any time of day for anything that's deemed disturbing the inhabitants of the area, but that would come with a witness statement as something that's recurring. But I think we've also worked very closely with the police on this matter, as they are responsible for responding to nuisance noise and so forth after 11 p.m. They have that. But now with an administrative penalty like this, we can utilize them as a expert witness, so to speak, in terms of a credible witness where we utilize their information, could issue penalty to the property owners as based on that information communicated to us by the police. This is a practice that's being implemented in Thorold as well.
Okay, so just for clarification for myself, so if, say, I was having, every weekend I was having, from 10 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock at night, Saturday and Sunday, every weekend I was having some sort of musical festival, is that allowed?
Through his worship to the councillor, short form is no, it couldn't be, because it would be, but we would need somebody that it would be disturbing. So the Section 4 of the city's noise bylaw states that noise that disturbs the inhabitants of the area. So a person being an inhabitant coming forward saying, this is bothering me, this is a nuisance for me, they would provide their witness log, and then that information would then be utilized to potentially bring a court proceeding or issue a penalty notice based on that statement and how it affects the person.
So when the actual nuisance or the noise is taking place, what do? Do they phone citizens first and make a complaint, and then someone goes out to follow up with it at that particular time, or is it kind of like a follow-up after the incident?
Through his worship to the councillors. So there are two venues that a noise complaint can go. One is temporary and one is persistent. Okay. So temporary noise would ultimately be that noise party at 200 people at night. A persistent noise complaint, on the city's website, there is a communication available that shows that if this is reoccurring noise and this is the type of noise, then it would direct them to provide a report an issue. And with that, there is a noise complaint log that's available in the process. They have to click on an attestation that says, I understand that I will be recording this and may be summoned to court for this matter, and they get that noise log downloaded.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Do I turn this off?
Councillor Harris?
Through you, acting or deputy mayor, to the presenter. We have lots of bylaws and we have lots of enforcement penalties. How do we know our bylaws actually work? Do we come back with an annual report so we can decide if bylaws are actually working, if they're enforceable, if we should be in the enforcement business? Do we have any sort of documentation where we document perhaps for noise infractions? We actually do anything about them?
Through you, Your Worship, to the council member, There is an annual report from legal that explains the litigation matters, which includes the prosecutions, which breaks it down into what type of infractions were prosecuted, and that information will be provided.
And do we do it year to year, or do we show what's successful and what's not, like a comparison year to year?
We can, through your worship to the council member, we do break down that information in the prosecution section and show what type of cases are prosecuted. If more information is requested by this council, we can always provide extra information if needed.
I guess the reason I'm asking is because when it comes to noise bylaws and people having parties, I've never once heard of staff going out, because I don't think we have bylaw enforcement at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock at night, do we?
Mr. Chidoba?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we don't. That's why the police would likely be available for response, and with that, as described earlier, that we can use their statement in terms of a will say in order to administer a penalty notice based on credible witness.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Phillips, to the head of legal, could I ask for that to come back when you do your report, that we have a breakdown year to year of what we actually enforce and what we don't, and perhaps how we enforce noise bylaws, long grass, tall grass bylaws, things like that?
Through your worship to the council member, with respect to the report, what we can break down is the actual type of cases that were prosecuted under which bylaw. We can look into that and provide that information, but that would be the limit of the information provided in the report.
Okay, so you could come back with how many noise bylaws, or could someone come back with how many noise bylaws we've responded to and what we've actually done?
Correct.
Okay. I guess the other question is through the deputy mayor to the director of planning. Are there any municipalities that perhaps outsource bylaw enforcement so we could get on top of these things a little more?
Director Kate?
Through the chair to the councillor, my best understanding is that if a section of enforcement is being contracted out, it's usually around parking services. I will say that the city's bylaw enforcement team and their efforts at modernization have been extraordinarily effective. When we're looking at the 5-year revenues in the bylaw enforcement budget, back in 2018, we were at $91,000 in revenue. Just this year alone, we're at $432,000. So yes, I would say that bylaw enforcement has been very effective.
Councilor Harris?
So I was just going to say, so part of the report, could you, I don't know, maybe I will take it offline to see if there are options of outsourcing it to help support you guys. That's all.
Was that a question or is that a comment?
That was a comment.
Do you have any further questions or comments?
I do not.
Thank you. See no further comments or questions from anyone. I ask the clerk to call the question for a recorded vote.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips. Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Oh, sorry. Yeah, if too many people put theirs on, it doesn't work. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
And that's everyone. That's carried.
Thank you. Number 8, presentations. There are none. Going to number 9, Financial Management Services, St. Catharines Transit Commission, December 1st, final audited financial statements. I look to Carlos Alvarez and Jody Nesbitt from KPMG to provide this presentation virtually.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Carlos Alvarez, and I'm joined by Jody Nesbitt from KPMG, and we will make some comments on the highlights of the 2022 financial statement audit of the Transit Commission. The accounting standards that are used in the preparation of these draft financial statements before you are based on the public sector accounting standards. We, as the external audit team, performed our audit with a certain dollar amount of our threshold, being our materiality that we used. That materiality threshold was $1,040,000. And for members of council, during the course of the audit, we had a much lower tolerance for audit differences that was set at approximately $52,000. We have completed the audit process, and certainly we would like to highlight that while all audits in Canada are required to consider the risk of fraud in a financial statement audit, I can confirm to all of you that based on all of the testing that we performed, all of the documents and agreements that we examined, that there was nothing that we detected that was suspicious or that would be considered acts of fraud, so a clean bill of health. Furthermore, in terms of the audit procedures that we performed, whether it be tangible capital assets, revenues, expenses, and so forth, we did encounter and detect one audit misstatement, which was a correction to the amortization taken on tangible capital assets. That adjustment has been recorded by management and is reflected in your financial statements. There are no uncorrected audit misstatements. I can confirm with all of you that we received the full support of your management team in the conduct of the audit. The one item that would be different if I compare 2022 with 2021 is that there is a new financial statement note that speaks to the amalgamation with Niagara Transit. And this is contained in the very last note called Subsequent Events, which describes the event that occurred on January the 1st, 2023. Other comments to make with respect to that amalgamation that occurred on January the 1st, we did work with your management team to sort out some of the accounting entries that would have been required to be recorded as of December the 31st. And we would like to recognize that management did perform very good work in terms of presenting their position to us in terms of the adjustments that needed to be recorded. And we concurred with the accounting that was put forward and recommended by your management team. So the draft audit report that is included in your package is unqualified, which means we have no reservations, and that would be considered a clean audit report. It is termed independent. As we, as a group of external auditors, we can confirm with you that we have remained independent throughout the entire audit process. And what that means is that we did not act in the capacity of management, nor did we perform any management functions. So we remained independent. And once these financial statements are approved, I will be able to proceed in signing the independent auditor's report. The last comment I would like to make is that we will ask your management team to sign a management representation letter. That letter does a good job in terms of outlining what are your management team's responsibilities as it pertains to these financial statements, as opposed to the responsibilities of the external auditor. And we will ask management to sign that letter, and then we will be in a position to release our signed independent auditor's report. So that would conclude the brief formal comments that I was planning on making to with respect to the Transit Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. At this time, can I get a counselor to move the motion to receive the presentation? Counselor Lindell, seconded by Counselor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, so at this time, can I get a counselor to move the recommendation in the report? Counselor Kushner, Counselor Lindell. So we have the recommendation, which is up on the screen. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to item 9.2, which is the financial report and auditor findings and observations for the year ended December 31st, 2022. And again, I will look to Mr. Alvarez and Ms. Nesbitt from KPMG to provide a presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. For the main city audit, we did prepare in advance a audit findings report, which goes through the key highlights as it pertains to the consolidated audit. As a reminder, these financial statements are termed consolidated because they include the operations and the activity of several entities that are controlled by the city of St. Catharines. I would like to begin by going to the page on audit highlights, which provides a snapshot of where we are in the audit process. There are a few items in terms of procedures that remain outstanding, but they are considered to be customary to where we are at this point in the audit process. In terms of the execution of the audit, I can report that there were no surprises of any sort. And in terms of where we spent the majority of our audit effort and time, it was on those areas that we expected to perform and focus in our time on, whether it be tangible capital assets, revenues, expenses, and so forth. From a misstatement perspective, I can report to you that it was a clean sheet. There were no uncorrected misstatements, and more importantly, there are no corrected misstatements. And I think that provides a good signal in terms of the quality of the audit package that was provided from your management team to us as auditors. In terms of unusual transactions, there were no unusual transactions, but I do like to highlight that there is a new financial statement note on your proportionate interest in Canada Games. That would be the single biggest difference if you were to compare these financial statements with the financial statements of 2021. From a control deficiency standpoint, certainly we document your processes, and we did not detect anything that we would consider to be a significant control deficiency, nor did we encounter anything that we would consider to be close to a significant deficiency. One item that it will be quickly upon you in 2023, and I would have alluded to this in prior presentations, there is a significant new accounting standard. It is called asset retirement obligations. I do raise this consistently because it does involve and require a lot of effort and work on your management team in order to get ready for this new accounting standard. We're certainly here to support management on a as-needed basis in their journey on adopting that new standard. Again, in terms of independence, I can report to you that we remained independent of the city during the entire audit process, and certainly we did not act in the capacity of management, nor did we make any management decisions, nor did we make any bookkeeping entries or anything of that sort. Again, in terms of the topic of fraud, I would like to highlight that based on all of our testing and all of the documents that we examined, everything was above board, and there was nothing that we would consider to be suspicious or actual acts of fraud to bring forward to your attention. Again, in terms of the concept of materiality, on the next page, page number 5, you will see that we set the materiality at $6.4 million. Again, if there's one number I would like for all of you to remember, it is our audit tolerance for audit differences, and that was set at $320,000. Again, any differences that we would have encountered as part of the audit process that exceeded $320,000, we would be bringing those forward for discussion with you. Move along to page number 6. Actually page number 7. Again, in terms of status, these items are, again, consistent to where we are in the audit process. And again, we will ask your management team to sign the management representation letter. Moving along to page number 12, just in terms of other financial reporting matters. Again, if you were to line up these financial statements with the prior year, they would largely be consistent, with the exception of that new note on the Canada Summer Games. I do like to point out that there were various discussions with the other partners that have an interest in the Canada Games Consortium, just to focus in on how to account for your interest. We concur with the position taken by management in terms of how to account for that. And certainly, we would like to highlight that management did provide very good memos and a comprehensive analysis on how to account for that transaction. Moving along to page number 15, just a quick comment on the auditor's report that is included in your package. Again, it is a unqualified draft audit report. And again, that means that it is a clean audit report with no reservations of any sort. Moving along to page number 18, this just provides a snapshot of a few of the accounting standards that will be adopted in the future. Again, these are items that your management team will need to address on a go-forward basis to ensure that they are appropriately implemented. In terms of the financial statements themselves, again, the only difference would be that the new note disclosure on the Canada Summer Games, which is a pretty lengthy note, but we are satisfied that the draft financial statements that you have in your package have all of the disclosures that you should have in a set of financial statements under the public sector accounting rules. So that would be what I would call the highlights and the formal comments as it pertains to our audit findings report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alvarez. At this time, I need a motion that we receive the presentation. Councillor Phillips, Councillor Townsend, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And can I get a councillor to move the recommendation in the report as it is seen on the screen? Councillor Stevens, Councillor Kushner. Any questions, comments, concerns? Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Alvarez, and through you to the Director of Finance. 2 quick questions. Number 1, I assume that there are no material differences of any kind between the audited statements and the year-end 22 2022 report that you had already presented?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is correct.
Thank you. My second question is, we are in the middle of September, which seems pretty late to me to have audited statements for a fiscal year end, which is a calendar year. Is this later than normal?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, last year we also brought forward the statements around this time with regards to the statements coming forward. With regards to the amalgamation of transit to Niagara region, there was a little bit more work that was involved, and we needed to have the transit statements to come forward before we could bring forward the consolidated financial statements. We do endeavor to have the financial statements completed by the end of June, and that's our target for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on the motion on the screen.
Councillor Stevens. Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you. Councillor Miller, could I just ask you to turn your mic on for a moment?
Yes, you may.
Just leave it on for a second. So it takes a few seconds once I turn my mic off for the camera to focus in on you, and I want to make sure that the whole community sees the beautiful shirt that you have on today. Just wait, let me turn my mic off again.
Let's go Bills, baby, #1.
There we go. I just wanted to make sure I realized Councillor Miller hadn't had a chance to speak yet tonight, and the voting, it doesn't always switch cameras. I want to make sure we got that on there. I'm here for you. I'm here for the Bills. Item 9.3, Financial Management Services Director and Legal Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, 2024 to 26 budget process, impact of strong mayor powers. Prior to discussing the report, I will look to Kristen Sullivan, the City Clerk, to provide a presentation. And Ms. Sullivan is taking the opportunity to use the lectern.
I won't make any comments about sitting up there versus down here. So hi, I'm Kristen. I am the city clerk. As you may know, as of July 1st, the province extended strong mayor powers into St. Catharines. The purpose of today's presentation is to supplement the staff report on the agenda on this topic. We're going to go through the legislation, how it impacts the process and roles for the budget here in the city. I want to start with a reminder that neither staff nor the mayor brought in these changes. It was introduced through provincial legislation, so if you could keep that in mind throughout the presentation as well as with any questioning. I'll go over the legislation as well as how we're planning to apply this in St. Catharines. So it was a joint effort with our finance department. We also work closely with counterparts through AMCTO and the Municipal Finance Officers Association, because there's other municipalities where this also applies, so we're working together to make sure we're interpreting the legislation together, sharing resources, and looking at best practices. When working through implementation, we've tried to mirror some of our past practices, but also build upon recent improvements, such as when in 2020 we transitioned to involving all of council in budget discussions. To ensure everyone's on the same page in terms of terminology, I want to clarify what we mean when we say the word budget. The budget-related changes in the legislation refer to Section 290 of the Municipal Act. This is the provision that requires the city to adopt annual budgets. When we use the term budget or budgets in this context, we're referring to the operating budget, the capital budget, and the water and wastewater budgets. So many of the legislative changes as a result of the strong mayor powers are additional powers that the mayor can choose to use, or powers that also include a provision to delegate within the legislation. So for example, In the new legislation, it's the mayor that appoints the CAO. It's the mayor that determines the city's organizational structure, as well as creates the committees of council. Each of these powers, however, has a specific delegation authority in the legislation. And in July, Mayor Cisco delegated each of these powers either back to council or back to the CAO, so that we basically have a system that is status quo to what we were before July 1st, when strong mayor powers came in, with respect to these powers. The legislation in the changes in the legislation related to budget shift a lot of responsibility to the mayor. The legislation now states that the mayor shall prepare and present a budget to council before February 1st. It further states that the mayor must provide the proposed budget to each member of council and the clerk, and that it must be made available to the public. I want to note that the language here says shall, it's not should or can, so that makes it more of a duty or a responsibility than a power that can be chosen. The mayor must solely exercise these duties with respect to the budget, and there's no delegation opportunity in the legislation, unlike the other strong mayor powers I mentioned in the previous slide. Prior to the formal step of the mayor presenting the budget, council will still receive presentations from city staff about all 3 draft budgets, as well as from presentations for the library, airport, PAC, and the Meridian Center and Canada Summer Games. This will happen in November, around the same time that these presentations would have been made in the past few years. A budget-focused telephone town hall would be held on November 29th, and there would be 2 budget open houses on November 28th and the 30th. Councillors would also be able to sign up for budget workshops to meet with staff directly about the budget during the first couple weeks in December. What this means is that before the mayor formally presents the budget in accordance with the legislation, council and the public would have access to staff's draft budgets for 42 days. So that is before council even starts really discussing the budget and potential amendments. So again, the legislation now states the mayor shall prepare and present a budget for council before February 1st. In practice, the budgets will be presented through the same channels as before. This would be through the publishing of a council agenda, and the date that the budget is considered to be published would be January 3rd, when we publish our council agenda. A meeting would then be held on January 10th to further present the proposed budget. The next step in the process is making amendments to the proposed budget. Although historically this has always been the next step, the legislation now adds timelines. It states that within 30 days of the mayor proposing a budget, council may pass amendments to that budget. Annually, council is able to pass a resolution to shorten this 30-day amendment period. If council does not make any amendments to the budget, then the proposed budget is deemed to be adopted as presented at the end of the 30-day period. So what's different than in the past is there's actually not a vote to approve or adopt the agenda as presented or amended. It's just deemed adopted once that time period expires. So in practice, the 30-day period for amendments would run from January 3rd, when the agenda is published, until February 1st. We're not recommending that the 30 days be shortened this year. During this time, council budget meetings are proposed for January 22nd and 31st. These meetings would be to focus solely on amendments. To ensure everyone has the information needed to make decisions at these meetings, we're going to set the due dates for amendments at 7 days before the meeting, and we would publish the agenda 5 days before with information on those amendments. This is similar to the timelines for submission and publishing that we used the last couple of years in November and December. As these meetings are only intended to discuss budget amendments, they would be canceled if councillors do not submit any amendments for the agenda. Our recent practice has been to place a meeting hold in the calendar for the night after budget night. That's in case discussions need to extend into a second meeting and can't finish it before curfew. We're proposing to do the same thing this year, adding a hold for February 1st, should the January 31st agenda not be completed before curfew. If no amendments are approved, the budget is deemed adopted as presented on February 1st. As there isn't one budget night per se, there's not one night where there's one public meeting. Rather, the public notice would indicate that delegations would be heard on January 10th, and at the meetings if held on January 22nd and 31st. These are in addition to engagement opportunities in the fall. The next step in the process is new and where things get a bit confusing, but most likely just because things are new. So the legislation now provides that the mayor may veto any budget amendments approved by council. This can happen for up to 10 days after the council amendment period ends. So that's not 10 days after council approves an amendment, that's 10 days after that first 30-day period. If the mayor vetoes an amendment, the resolution is deemed to have not been passed. Vetoes must be exercised in writing, and the mayor must include what amendment he's vetoing and the reasons for the veto. This written document is circulated to the members of council and the clerk. If the mayor does not exercise the veto power, the proposed budget is deemed adopted with all of the amendments. The mayor may annually shorten that 10-day period by submitting a written document to myself and the members of council specifying a shorter period. In practice, the 10 days for the mayor to veto any amendments would run from February 2nd until the 11th. If the mayor chooses to veto an amendment, this will be done in writing, indicating what amendment is being vetoed and why. That will be circulated by the mayor to each member of council and myself, and I will post it to the city's website. If the mayor vetoes an amendment, the resolution is deemed to have not been passed by council. And if the mayor does not exercise the veto power, the proposed budget will be deemed to be adopted with the proposed amendments. So if that is the case, so if the mayor does not exercise the veto power, the amended budget is deemed adopted on February 11th. If the mayor vetoes an amendment, the next step in the legislation is an ability for council to override the mayor's veto. The legislation provides that within 15 days after the period expires for the mayor to veto amendments, council may override the mayor's veto with a vote of 2/3 of the members of council. That's 2/3 of the total members of council, not 2/3 of the members that are present at the meeting. If council overrides a veto, the resolution which amended the budget is again deemed to be passed by council, and the budget is deemed to be adopted with that amendment. If council does not override the mayor's veto, then the proposed budget is deemed adopted without that amendment. Annually, council can pass a resolution to shorten that 15-day period. In practice, if the mayor vetoes an amendment, the timeline for council to override that veto would be from February 12th to the 26th. The override would be considered at a regular council meeting proposed for February 26th. It's a Monday. If a councilor would like to bring forward a motion to override the veto, it needs to be submitted to staff by February 22nd, that's the Thursday at noon, and it would be included on the council agenda that day when we republish. So again, you would need to have 2/3 of the members of council, so that's 9 councilors, not 2/3 of whoever's present, it's based on the number of people on council. If 2/3 of the members of council, so 9 councilors, vote to approve an override, then the budget is adopted with that amendment. If council does not approve an override, then the budget is deemed adopted without that amendment on February 26th. Putting this all together, we have a process that starts in early November and runs until either the end of January if there's no amendments, mid-February if there are amendments but they aren't vetoed, or the end of February if there are amendments and they're vetoed. Outside of specific changes for the new legislation, this timeline allows for information to be available to the public earlier in the process and for a longer period than in past years. For example, for the 2023 budget year, the capital budget was available for 19 days and the operating budget was available for the public for 35 days. Now, staff's drafts will be available for 42 days before council even starts to talk about amendments in January. So again, that public engagement will occur over a longer period and earlier in the process. The timeline we've proposed also enables the more integrated process and alignment with the region's budget process that council discussed at the last council meeting. When we were trying to fit each of the legislated timelines into the calendar, we looked at a few different things. First, we wanted to make sure that there was at least one meeting that could be scheduled within each legislated timeline. And secondly, that allows us to have a meeting in this calendar, so we don't need to call a special meeting for the purpose if it comes up. Second, we wanted to try to make sure as many meetings were available on Mondays, which is council's typical night, or secondarily, a Wednesday night, which the last couple of years has been the night for budget meetings. Further, between 2015 and 2019, discussions on the city's budget happened at the Budget Standing Committee before being referred to council. Since 2020, however, we've transitioned back to budget presentations and discussions happening with all of council. This ensures that each councillor is able to partake in the discussions and is better positioned to make informed decisions. The proposed process here builds upon that approach by continuing to involve all members of council throughout the budget process, while better aligning with the regional process and incorporating the timelines for the strong mayor powers. I'm happy to take questions, but before that, I will hand it over to the mayor, who has some commentary on the changes.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. I'm not going to add a whole lot. I will say I appreciate the work that Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Delvecchio in the clerk's department have put in over the course of the summer trying to understand this legislation. I know there's a number of still outstanding questions, and they continue to work with the group of clerks across Ontario that are dealing with this in conjunction with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I will say I appreciate the work that was put in by council as well. We've changed our timelines quite considerably over the last several weeks and months to try and create greater public engagement. I think that work done beforehand actually was in our favor. I think this will allow for more engagement from the community, which is a good thing. And it provides more time for council and the community to have an impact on the budget that's ultimately presented and adopted. It does quite significantly change the accountability with respect to the budget process. It creates a different set of responsibilities. As the clerk pointed out, this was not something that I expected to have placed on me when I got this job last year, but it's a responsibility that exists now. It is a shall as opposed to a should. So this is the situation we are in. I know staff is going to do their best to answer any questions with respect to the report and the process. I will only ask council to please be understanding. This is a bit of a, I'm not going to say a moving target, but it is still an evolving situation as they continue to talk to clerks and other municipalities as well as the ministry about what is expected and what next steps are. So if answers aren't forthcoming this evening, I know Ms. Sullivan, Ms. Delvecchio, and the entire clerk's department will endeavor to get the answers for you as best they can. With that, I have a number of folks who are looking to ask questions. So it'll be Councillor Kushner, followed by Councillor Miller, then Councillor Williamson, then Councillor Townsend, then Councillor Phillips. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this the time for questions only or questions and comments?
Questions and comments at this time.
Okay, first, Mr. Mayor, I don't understand the logic of this as expressed in the report. I think our staff have done an outstanding job explaining it, but the intent of the legislation, I gather it was Bill 3, and it's referred to as the Strong Mayors Building Homes, and the purpose of this is to provide additional leverage to help building 1.5 million residential units by 2031. How does this achieve that?
Councillor Kushner, I would suggest that nobody in this room can answer that question. That would be a question best put to the ministry.
Okay, is there anything here that refers to what the building department can do, what planning can do to build more homes? Or is this very different?
I'll look to the CAO.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. This has nothing to do with, in this situation, what we're talking about this evening, planning and building services or the building industry. It's really about the changes to the budget process defined under the Strong Mayor Act, which is a presentation. How that connects back to building more homes faster is something that we can take back and try to get some answers from the ministry.
Okay, and reading the document, am I correct interpreting that the mayor would replace the CAO as the corporate head, which would mean that the mayor would then be able to appoint and dismiss departmental heads at their leisure?
So with respect to the Strong Mayors Act, that those powers were given to the mayor. I delegated those powers back to council for the selection and the hiring and firing of the CAO's office, and to the CAO for the hiring and firing of senior staff. So those were powers under the Strong Mayors legislation that could be delegated away, which was, I delegated them back. So as the clerk stated at the beginning, it's status quo in, I think, every area where I have the capacity to delegate those authorities away. I delegated them back to the people who had them initially.
Okay, my comments, of course, don't refer to you. It refers to the position of a mayor, and having you said that makes me feel more comfortable with the process. But on the other hand, we could get a mayor who might like the legislation and act in a very different fashion. And I find that very disturbing. And the reason I find it disturbing is that the mayor will appoint the chairs of the various committees. And to me, this is very similar to a premier or prime minister appointing cabinet people, because the heads, in a sense, are like cabinet ministers. Their loyalty is to the mayor. And therefore, if we have 4 committees, that means automatically, virtually automatically, the mayor has an additional 4 votes. So this, to me, is very authoritarian, and I find it very disturbing. And also that the chair, because, pardon me, the mayor, because the chairs have higher profiles and will have higher salaries with that higher profile, with a higher responsibility, people will make certain that they agree with the mayor on most issues to attain the favor of the mayor. And I find that equally disturbing, that if you're a chair or if you're aspiring to be a chair, you're not going to take the mayor on very difficult issues. You're going to be very generous in response to the mayor's wishes. And this differs from my understanding of what happens in the States. The States does have a strong mayor system, but also they have a system similar to ours with the mayor and the CAO, where the mayor is the political head and the CAO is the administrative head. And if they change from one system to another, my understanding is it requires a change in the city charter. And what that change, a referendum is required, and what the referendum, there will be debate on the merits of both systems, and the public will be better informed. Now the public doesn't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on because of the new legislation. And with the public becoming better informed, the end result will be that the council will make a better decision. That's not the case here. And the second concern I have with this is the administrative structure of a city. Right now, we have a nice division of responsibilities between the mayor and the CAO. The mayor is the political head, the CAO is the corporate head. And if the mayor can appoint and dismiss senior staff, then why would I want, as a professional, to be a member of city staff? Because I know the mayor is very powerful. I'll have to acquiesce to the mayor, and at times I won't give my professional opinion, because that professional opinion may not correspond to the opinion of the mayor. And the mayor will have the power not to bring the staff recommendation to council. And therefore, I think this will be the demise of professionalism in our civil servants. And that's very disturbing, because they could be replaced by political hacks who have very limited experience. They weren't trained to do these jobs, and yet they're running the corporation. So for these reasons, I find the legislation to be appalling. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thanks for that. I certainly echo Councillor Kushner's comments on the problems with the strong mayor legislation. I know Amos expressed some concern as well, and most municipalities have. I think the legislation's confusing, maybe as was alluded to tonight with its moving targets, but more than anything seems unnecessary. I'm not really sure what problem it thinks it's addressing. And I think we've seen, as Councillor Kushner's last point, we've seen a municipality locally have political hacks with no or little experience high up, and that was a disaster. I do have a couple questions about just about how this affects our budget. If the mayor were to use the veto powers, the hammer of Ford, as I like to call it, I know he has to give reasons, but do those reasons have to relate to housing or the other so-called provincial priorities, or not?
So through the chair, the provisions of the Municipal Act that were changed to relate to the provincial priority are not related to the budget. Okay. So budget is a separate power outside of the priority of building more homes.
And I'm just going to jump in for a moment, because I think that's actually really important, and it was touched on by Councillor Kushner at the beginning, where the Strong Mayor Act was originally brought in, and it was stated that this was for, to further provincial goals. In this particular respect, the budgetary aspects of it don't seem to be related to that. And that's as a layman's read, but speaking to people that have had conversations, this seems to be a just structural change of the lines of accountability with respect to the budget. So there's nothing in this, to my understanding, speaking with the clerk, speaking with others, where anything needs to be justified with respect to provincial priorities. This is a standalone piece of the Strong Mayors Act that doesn't seem to be related to the justification for the other changes with respect to strong mayors. I appreciate you bringing it up. Councillor Kushner raised it as well. I think it's important that we understand this is the one part of this that doesn't seem to be linked to those provincial priority pieces.
And obviously that's a concern. I mean, even if you supported the strong mayors, the stated goal of achieving provincial priorities, which again is, in my opinion, is dubious whether it's going to do that or not, to remove that from this part just, again, makes it worse, I guess. I guess my second question about the process, we are switching to multi-year budgeting. Is this going to have any impact on that move?
No, we are continuing that process.
Okay, so it'll just be on the annual basis, those timelines will just be what they would, almost what they would have been anyway. Okay, all right, fair enough, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, just a couple questions for you to the clerk. The timelines that you showed, this is just us working around prescribed timelines set by the province through this legislation?
Through the chair, so the 30 days, the 10 days, the 15 days, that's legislated. There are other municipalities that are going to start their 30-day process in November, for example, or maybe December. In our situation, knowing that we wanted to change this year to better align with the region, everything was shifted a little later. And then we found a date that works, that lines up with the regions, and kind of shifted things just to make sure. But the legislation doesn't say you have to bring it in January or you have to bring it in December, just that the mayor shall present a budget before February 1st.
Thank you. And then we've had a budget committee that's worked quite effectively and worked side by side with staff through a process and done a lot of difficult work. I haven't been on the committee for a number of years, but Councillor Garcia is the leader of it this time around. The mayor's been in the past, and it's done really good work. What is the impact that these changes are going to have on the Budget Advisory Committee?
So I'll take that one. I've had the opportunity to speak to the budget chair and to the budget vice chair. My intention is that the budget committee continues. The Standing Budget Committee, when we originally started it in 2015, the intention was that it was going to guide the policy around that. To my way of thinking, that necessity still exists. It shouldn't be one person's job to do that and impose that on others. So the conversations I've had with Councillor Garcia and with Councillor Dodge, I think I've expressed that I want to see that committee continue. I want to see it continue with the people who are around the table because I think they have done good work to this point and will continue to do good work. Whether we change the name to the Budget Policy Committee, ultimately, I want to see it continue because I think the work that the Budget Committee does is important and it needs to continue with the people who are around the table.
Thank you very much. And I certainly appreciate your response. You've taken the high road on this and tried to keep council as included in the process as possible, and we appreciate that. And also thanks, as Councillor mentioned, to staff to try and deal with this as quickly as they could. Hard to follow up Councillor Kushner's very eloquent soliloquy and Councillor Miller's comments as well. But you have to ask yourself, what motivates this? It doesn't seem to be, as in Councillor Kushner's words, any logic or rationale behind it. So what is actually motivating this change? Is it giving a greater voice to the so-called little guy, giving voice to everyday folks? I would say just the reverse. And I'm coming from a biased position, being a long-time local councillor, but we're in tune with what the community is talking about and bring their perspective to this table. And in a way, this is working to shut that down and trying to consolidate power in fewer people or one particular person. So it's not motivated by any positive considerations that I can think of. The best decisions come from when you have the most voices involved, most perspectives shared, and this seems to be an effort to kind of reduce the number of voices or perspectives that get included in the decision-making system. So anyway, it's regrettable, but it is what it is. I hate that saying, as a matter of fact. We have to deal with the reality that's put in front of us, and we'll deal with it, but it's not a good move from Doug Ford. It's dictated down without a whole lot of thought being put behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I will say, it is what it is actually Stoic philosophy. So if you hate it, remind yourself you can ground it in the philosophical teachings of Marcus Aurelius. The teacher shone through for just a moment there. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Really hard to follow up on Councillor Kushner, but just a few questions. I also want to express, I've sat through 5 or 6 of these presentations because of my day job, and I will say this is certainly the best one that I have seen. I would give it the golden buzzer if we were on Got Talent. But that aside, Minister Calandra came out today and had announced that they are not going to go through with the facilitators, but there was also, I've heard that some mayors have been contacted on discussions of changing these strong mayor powers already. Has your office, and sorry to put you on the spot, has your office had any correspondence with the minister or any of the minister's staff?
No, at this point we're reaching out to the minister as an introductory at this point, but we haven't had any substantive conversations beyond that from my office yet.
Thank you for that, and I didn't expect, because it's happened very quickly. In addition, so the Budget Committee will still exist. However, you'll be presenting the budget. So the Standing Committee could essentially bring you the budget, and you have the opportunity to strike out anything in that budget that you don't like. I don't want to put you on the spot, but just for context, is this the kind of what could happen? I'm not saying you will, but is this, I guess to the clerk, is this what the mayor could do or couldn't do?
I think we need a little bit of clarity just on how the budget has been done in the past. Generally, staff will present a budget to the Budget Standing Committee, and decisions begin at that point. So in this case, the process is the same, except that it would, I don't even want to say come to me. Staff is still going to present the draft budget in the same manner that they would previously to council. It simply changes where the lines of accountability point to, really. My intention is not to, I can promise you, I am not sitting down with a marker and a big book of numbers trying to write things out. Like, staff are still doing the job that they do every year. It really just changes that accountability piece. So in November, when the draft is presented, it will look very similar, frankly, to every other budget year. Staff will come and make their presentations. Councilors will be able to ask questions. You know, we will go through the workshops, we will do the 2 town halls, and we will do the telephone town hall. We're going to do all of those pieces. It really comes down to that January 3rd piece. And I will say, and I haven't totally figured out how I'm going to handle this, but the question has become, is it appropriate for me to be in the room when council is making decisions about amendments? Should I be voting on amendments? I don't know if that's appropriate in this case, because technically this is my budget to present. So for me to then intervene when council is trying to make decisions on how to change my budget, I don't know if I should be sitting at the table at that time. So there's still, be honest, there are parts to this we're still figuring out, and I want to make sure that I'm being as fair to council as well, because of the way the roles have changed, ensuring that council has maximum voice in this. Councillor, I think it was Councillor Williamson raised it, you know, the ensuring that people actually get a chance to speak. From my perspective, the most important thing for me in this process is ensuring that council has the ability to have their say on this budget.
Thank you for that. And to echo what I believe Councillor Williamson said, you know, in conversations that I've had with multiple mayors besides just yourself, they were quite surprised to know that they would be getting the strong mayor powers and what it would entail. So I appreciate your straightforwardness and, you know, continuing to have the budget committee going. I do agree with Councillor Kushner. It does draw a lot of concerns when it comes to the staffing. Very happy to see that you've delegated that authority back, but it does open up for future administrations just to have that. And again, we've seen what has happened in other municipalities where, you know, you've had one central dictator determine who they wanted in their staff. But we'll leave it at that. Thank you for all the work that the Clerk's Department did on this as well.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess if there's one positive, your budget is going to be prepared by someone who has been the chair of the budget and has done a good job in the past. So you do know budgets. You're not walking in blind. So that gives me a bit of confidence there. Our Budget Standing Committee usually, at this time of year, has, if you want, stepped down as a Budget Standing Committee, and we're meeting as a committee of the whole. The meeting times that were in here, that were scheduled previously, have been changed and no longer exist. You just said that you want our input. Are we going to be meeting as a committee of the whole at some time prior to those January meetings? Is that your thought to discuss? So are we going to go forward as we have in the past? Almost identically.
So through the chair, we're having the same number of meetings that we had originally proposed in this year's calendar, but we're spreading them out. So November, you're getting the draft budgets from staff being presented. You're also still going to get the presentation from the ABCs.
Okay.
At no point in my time at the city have we ever had just kind of an open meeting where we just say, okay, what do we want in the budget, not in the budget? I think it's been said many times that every night is budget night. So throughout the year, council makes decisions that are either then referred for consideration in the budget or included in the draft budget. Those decisions will continue to happen that way. And then it's up to council to decide whether they stay in the budget through the amendment process or be removed. But obviously, throughout the open houses, you'll be able to hear from the public through the engagement as well and make changes based on what you hear.
And as far as I'm concerned, Kristen, you better guide us through date-wise, because that was a lot of dates in there, and we're going to have to be led by the hand probably to get through this whole thing, because you did an excellent job, but Boy, that was a lot of information. And to the rest of council, I guess you're not going to go on your Caribbean cruise until March, because we're going to need everybody here, all hands on deck until the end of February.
On the plus side, Zoom meetings are now a thing, so
yes,
some of my regional colleagues have taken quite advantage of that.
Oh, and before I go, is the region under the same timelines?
So the region, I will say, we had a discussion about the budget, over the last couple of months, and I have made comments that the region needs to stick to their timelines. The regional chair and I had a very good conversation at AMO, and he's adamant that we want to stick to those timelines. So their timeline as presented at the last meeting is still in play. That is the expectation. So
you're a super mayor, but he's not a super chair.
I think we would all agree that Jim Bradley is a super chair in our hearts.
Yes. As far as we're concerned, but as far as the provincial government's concerned, maybe not.
They have not extended those powers as far as I know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good luck. It's all yours now.
Thank you. That might be the most depressing thing I've heard tonight. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff again for the presentation, trying to clarify this. But just following up on, I don't want to be repetitive, but following up on Councilor Phillips' point about the Budget Committee, you've already stated, and as you said, you discussed with us that we want to continue doing the work that we do. I don't understand why staff is recommending that these 4 meetings upcoming of the Budget Committee that have been scheduled as meetings of council be canceled, because that will give us an opportunity to have input to staff as they develop the budget that you're going to be presenting.
So through the chair to the councillor, the meetings are moving later because we're looking to also align with the region. So if we weren't aligning with the region, everything would be pushed earlier, and we would be having those meetings in November. Because we're also waiting to see what's going with the region, things are moving later this year.
Thank you, but through you, Mr. Mayor, if we don't have these meetings, how is the Budget Committee going to be able to provide input to staff and to you in order to present that budget in November?
Ms. Douglas?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So with this revised timeline, the first time that council will see the draft budget from staff will be on November the 22nd, and under council's direction for staff to align with the regional budget process, with the timelines for the region, their budgets won't be presented until in November. So in order for us to incorporate that information and present it forward to council for discussion, that's why we have delayed the timeline, and also to align with the new strong mayor powers legislation.
I understand, but through the mayor to you, or maybe to the mayor, in the past, as chair of the Budget Committee, he was reviewing all these proposals and changes and so on before staff presented that budget. So now you're going to present it without the Budget Committee's input.
So for clarity, no. We would not see the draft budget until it was tabled with the Standing Budget Committee, which we changed in 2020 when we went to I know it's not a committee of the whole structure, but when we went to a whole of council budget process, at which point the draft budget was only seen by council. I mean, I saw it at the agenda setting meeting a couple of days before because I was the chair, but there was not, like, staff prepared the draft agenda or the draft budget and would bring it to me. And that's why I was saying the process doesn't change this year. The process has always been that staff prepare a draft budget, it comes to the Budget Committee, and then we would start making changes to it. We would get the presentations of why staff have said, oh, well, I'm not going to use individuals. Department X needs a 3% increase, but Department Y needs a 1% increase. We would see all of that, and that's when we would start to make changes. As the budget chair, my process didn't begin until staff had a draft budget created by staff. So this is why I'm saying this year nothing will change. I'm not we have given a lot of guidance in the same way that the Standing Budget Committee in the past has given guidance about what we want to see. We've had a number of motions at the last couple of meetings indicating very clearly this is what would be acceptable in the multi-year budget, this is what would not be acceptable in the multi-year budget. Staff, and I'm going to look to Ms. Douglas just to nod her head that staff are taking all of those motions and incorporating them into the draft budget that will come forward. But the draft budget in the past would not have, for lack of a better term, had my fingerprints on it until it came to the Budget Committee or Council as a whole for us to start making deliberations.
Fair enough, but in the process, you would have held meetings of the Budget Standing Committee where staff presented various reports in terms of some of the changes they wanted to make or what they felt should be in the budget and so on. So the Budget Committee had an understanding. I was able to then relate to you in this case as the mayor, whereas you had to present the budget in November. So that will be without our input, right?
In general, and I'm going to look to Ms. Douglas because it's been a couple of years, but in general, the Budget Standing Committee, when we moved to the council budget process in 2020, the Budget Standing Committee was basically finished by the end of August, and then we would move into, and we would start getting presentations towards the end of September. In this case, that's essentially what has occurred. We had our budget meetings and they have completed. But because of the changed timelines, there's now a bit of a delay between when we would normally start doing the budget process and when we're doing it this year because of wanting to be in line with the region. So I think we're following basically the same timeline, except that there's now a gap because of trying to align with the region. So I would say I don't think the changes to the meetings has a lot to do with the strong mayor. I think it has to do with we've pushed everything that council is going to do with respect to the budget farther down the calendar. And so now we kind of have to wait for the region's process to play out so that staff can incorporate the things from the regional budget that need to be incorporated. I don't think the changes are related to strong mayor. I think they're related to the region in this case. At least that's my understanding based on the process that I remember following.
Thank you. One other question through you to Director Douglas. Would the boards and commissions be making presentations to the Budget Committee before that budget is tabled?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the agency boards and commissions are scheduled to come November the 1st. That was the original timeline, and we've kept that to them out of respect for their timelines. And then we will be able to incorporate their information. So on November 22nd, you will have a full budget of all the agency boards and commissions, the city's expenditures and revenues to consider.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one different question, following up on what Councilor Townsend asked. I did read today that evidently the new Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing was reviewing the appointment of facilitators, but my sense was, maybe I misunderstood, that didn't mean there was any change, but just the fact that because it's new, the previous minister had said they were going to announce it today, and he just wasn't ready, right? Is that your understanding? Or?
My understanding is that there's going to be more information forthcoming in the next couple of days. I heard the same thing that you did, so I think I will admit to a little bit of frustration today, but we will wait with bated breath for the next piece of news. Thank you. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the strong mayor certainly is a pickle of information to figure out for sure. Has anyone ever got an answer to when they first came out with the suggestion that they were going to do strong mayors and that it was to tie into being able to meet their targets with the housing? Has anybody ever given an answer to how that ties into that? Having strong mayors in the housing, like that was kind of like how it was presented, this is why we're doing it. Have we ever really gotten an answer of how that connection's made?
Through the chair, I have not seen any communication to relate the budget directly, the budget provisions to the strong mayor provincial priorities. When it comes to other strong mayor powers, there needs to be a tie between whatever the prescribed provincial priorities are and the mayor acting upon the strong mayor powers. It's a little bit different for example, appointing the CAO and or the budget powers.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So my question is for the public meetings, if it goes to January 2nd, I think was the date, and that's our 30-day window, are we going to reach out to the public in that 30-day window, or how does that work now?
So no, I mean, the public will be able to make comment in that window, but they can make comment before that as well. So we're going to be doing the telephone town hall in November. We're going to be doing the 2 budget open houses, I'm assuming November, but Kiwanis and Seymour Hanna. It's always Kiwanis and Seymour Hanna on either side of the telephone town hall. So all of that consultation will happen once the draft budget is out public, but it hasn't been tabled yet. So it gives more time for the public to be able to dive into it, to ask questions during that process, and then be able to provide feedback. Because the public can provide feedback right up until, I mean, they can provide feedback all the way through the process, but provide feedback that could turn into councilors making amendments right up until the 31st of January.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll in just a moment. I will say, I appreciate the comments that have been made this evening. Many of the questions you have are very similar to some of the questions I have. Many of your concerns are very similar to some current concerns that I have. I do appreciate a number of people have said very kind things about me, and I appreciate that. But the concerns about what could be possible, I hear very loudly and clearly, and I share those concerns. So I just want to ensure the council understands. In my conversations with provincial officials, I will continue to echo those concerns because I think they are very real. The only other thing I want to say, I have heaped a lot of praise on the clerk's office. I do want to give a lot of praise and heap some praise on finance as well. And Ms. Douglas for her leadership. Mr. Smith is here to provide a smiling face. He's not wearing the usual colorful shirt, but still in all. I think it's important to recognize finance, well, clerks has been dealing with procedure. Finance has had to deal with the same procedure and still do the budget. And so I think they deserve some recognition for that as well. I appreciate the hard work they put in. And I also appreciate the fact that, well, the clerk's office has created the procedure and their job in this is kind of coming to an end. Finance now has still 4.5 more months of this to go. So I would just want to say thank you to Ms. Douglas, to Mr. Smith, to all your staff, in addition to the clerk's office and everybody else in the corporation who's been involved with this. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll after I get a mover and a seconder. Councillor McPherson, Councillor Phillips, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend is not available right now. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 9.4, policy framework for community and cultural displays on city property. I have moving is Councillor McPherson. Can I have a seconder for the staff rec? Councillor Ratzlaff. Any questions or comments with respect to the staff recommendation? Councillor Kushner, followed by Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not support the staff recommendation. Instead, I would prefer option number 2, which is not recommended by staff. And in their objection to 2, I think there's an overreaction. How many complaints did we have about the one nativity scene, which prompted all of this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that wasn't what prompted this report. This report was a request from council to research and develop a policy framework. So the complaints to the nativity scene were not considered in the preparation of this report. It was based on practices and a robust policy frameworks that we reviewed from a variety of municipalities that were listed in the report. All of the municipalities listed did pursue lighting and illumination as the preferred display option for recognition of significant community dates. And I'd suggest that the policy framework really tried to adapt the best pieces of all of those policies where they existed for the city of St. Catharines.
Okay, and with option number 1, does that mean the nativity scene would not be permitted?
Through the mayor, and my apologies for perhaps a long response, but I think some context is important. Under the current mix of recommendations in this report, the nativity scene, the physical display, would not be the result if council approved these recommendations. There are a number of aspects to this. The report has 2 components to it. The first is the criteria. So there are many municipalities that do not allow for religious or political observances. Because of the recommendations or the advice provided in an in-camera memo to council on November 28th, 2022, which I believe was made available to council within the context of this report, we're suggesting that same practice happen here. That said, there are municipalities that do allow for faith-based observances, either through a pre-approved list or through the caveat that events and holidays have to be recognized federally or provincially. So there is an option to do that. We stuck with the practice of no religious observances because of the advice provided to council earlier this term. On the display component, there are problems there in terms of opening it up to other groups. So council's motion, I believe it was from November 28th or November 7th, I think it was November 28th, it's attached as Appendix 1, was the component of opening it up to all community groups. So the minute that physical displays are involved, there's a number of logistical challenges, including timing. It's very difficult to coordinate a timely put up and take down of displays. Also, we consulted the region's list of potential significant dates over the course of the year. It's very lengthy. So it'd be very difficult to open this up to all community groups in St. Catharines and be able to accommodate that with physical displays. It would be much easier to do with a lighting and illumination option. Would result in greater access for those groups who might not have physical displays at their disposal, and a number of other operational concerns associated with opening that up to everyone in the community that are listed in the report as well.
Okay, when we argued in favor of the nativity scene, we argued that there should be inclusion and not exclusion. And therefore, I see no problem with continuing with that process. I think that's much better than having electronic signs on City Hall. A lot of people are concerned with the number of electronic signs, and here we are suggesting that they be put up on city property. So I will not support option 2. I support option 1. I clearly support option 2 and not 1. Thanks.
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I'm trying to understand the financial implications when we say staffing resources will be required, and that's already approved in the budget. But then we talk about this will comprise 30 to 40% of a full-time equivalent position. That's of a position that is already in the budget unapproved?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. As part of approval of the 2023 budget, within the budget that was approved and per council direction, that there was the creation of a staff position in the draft 2023 operating budget. So that's already approved. It's not a new staff position. What the financial implications section of the report explains is that if council goes with option 1, that probably wouldn't comprise all of the FTE complement. It wouldn't be a full whole FTE. So what we're suggesting is if council goes for option 1, we have the staff position in the budget. That's not problematic. And we think the balance would be of that position really help to fulfill some of the needs we have in terms of working with volunteer groups. Further details on that are going to be provided in an upcoming report to council. That's if council chooses option 1. Option 2, because it's going to be much more logistically difficult if council wants to use the front lawn and we have to work with community groups, have guidance around what physical displays have to look like, the timing, that's going to take at least 1 FTE, potentially more. We would have to flush it out. But in terms of option 1, we are expecting a little less than half of the approved FTE to be used for this, with the suggestion that the balance of that FTE be used to assist with volunteer management.
Thank you for that, but through you, Mr. Mayor, some clarification on that, because we've had so many discussions regarding the budget. If this position has not been filled yet, which I assume it hasn't, does that require approval of the Budget Committee and Council now under what we have passed in the last few weeks, or?
Through the mayor, no, because it was an approved 2023 position. Should it not be filled, then those dollars would continue through the process through the direction provided by council on August 14th.
Okay, and the second question, if we approved either one of these, are we also approving whatever the costs are, either for the illumination project or for the second one?
Through the mayor to Councillor Garcia, no. I'd suggest that for the lighting and illumination option, we're really asking for approval in principle that be selected as the preferred option. For lighting and illumination, we would go out, look at potential cultural and community grants that might be available, as well as lighting design options, and come back to council with further information on costs. Also, we suggest this is merely an approval in principle, because the first part of the report, which is the eligibility and criteria, we're suggesting be circulated to the city's equity-seeking advisory committees for further discussion and comments, and return to council with those.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I have to say I have empathy for Councilor Kushner's position. We have had a nativity scene there for years and years, and we've never had any problems. So I would select option 2 as well.
Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Harris, Councillor Dodge, Councillor Ratzlaff, and Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, my question is to staff. Can we define what community group means? Is that, say, Knights of Columbus, CWL, Rotary? Am I on the right path with this? Or are we limiting what community group is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe those types of examples would be eligible. Really, the community group, the restrictions in here is that they have to be local to the St. Catharines community, and then the rest really applies to the nature of their request in terms of the criteria and eligibility requirements listed in the report.
Thank you for that. And just, I want to further understand option 1 a little bit. Lighting and illumination. So would this refer to digital signage? Because I know there's a piece in here that talks about signage, changeable. The display would also include changeable signage. The city has a digital sign bylaw. I'm just trying to understand how this impacts that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. If council does go with staff recommendation to select lighting and illumination, we'd proceed with investigating some design options and bring them back to council. We are taking our cue from other municipalities who have done this, who've really used significant maybe landmarks or displays to as an option. So for instance, maybe a clock tower of City Hall has been used in another municipality. Sometimes it's an exhibit or an art piece that is lit up that's developed in conjunction with the local arts and culture committee. So really all things are on the table at this point, but we're taking cues from those municipalities who've been in the business of doing this for some time.
Through the chair, just sorry, back to my question on, we have a digital bylaw, digital sign bylaw. I mean, if there is a group that does want to do a digital sign, which could very well happen, how does that impact our sign bylaw?
Through the mayor to the councilor in developing those design options and bringing them back to council, we would certainly take our municipal bylaws into account, as well as our energy demand management program.
Okay, so sorry, just a quick answer. So we would have to change our sign bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't confirm that at this point. We'd have to take a look at the bylaw and the design options that are potentially come forward.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, maybe could the Director of Planning, I know like the sign bylaw has been a topic of contention in previous council meetings. So can someone chime in on the digital sign bylaw? And the reason being is because option one is very straight and clear that we would be allowing digital signage on city. Can we get clarity on this, please?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, the city does have a sign bylaw that has regulations around digital and animated signs. There is a process for applying for a variance to the sign bylaw, and that approval has been delegated to the Director of Planning and Building Services. It depends on the nature of the application to decide whether or not, in the context of the neighborhood, on whether or not it would be supported or not. And further to the Deputy CAO's comments, there's been no exact proposal at this time of a digital signage to evaluate in terms of lighting and brightness and size and messaging and so forth.
Thank you for that. And I guess through the chair, my concern here is that we're opening up that opportunity where we would need a digital sign bylaw change. We're already in September. We're going to have community groups coming forward. I'm just trying to, would we be able to fast track that? I'm not really too sure about that. I like the concept of having the lighting and illumination. It's just kind of, I guess, yes, shock, surprise, surprise. It does concern me with the digital signs all over the front of City Hall, contrary to what I've said previous, but it does concern me, and I'm in favor of option number 2 at this point, just in regards to, I think the physical displays will look nicer. Thanks.
Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy CAO. I'm trying to remember when we had this discussion last year and we hired the position. What was the position called again? To coordinate these things.
I believe, and I'm looking to Ms. Douglas to confirm, but I believe it was Faith and Cultural Coordinator, which given this report, I would probably recommend changing more to align the responsibilities.
And the idea was we needed this position to help implement these displays on the city hall property. More specifically, the nativity scene. That was the way it was framed at council, if I recall.
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, on the read of the motion, in my recollection of the meeting, was the decision for that position was recognition of the significant staff resources that would be required in opening this opportunity up to all community groups in St. Catharines. And
so
on that, there was a request for a policy framework to make it feasible within the context of council's direction.
So I guess what I'm asking is if we're not going to do that, like the nativity scene and things like that, because it was framed, I do have good memory, it was framed that we need staff resources to coordinate, because I actually got a lot of jokes from my friends that we needed to hire someone to coordinate an nativity scene. So I'm wondering if we go with number 1, should we get rid of that position?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris. So it's stated in the financial implications section. You're quite right. If we're at lighting and illumination, it does require staff resources to coordinate this program, but probably not a full FTE. So what we've suggested is that if option 1 is selected, that would be 0.3 to 0.4%, or not percent, 30 to 40% of an FTE. We're suggesting that then the balance of that, we do have a report upon the request of council coming forward on making it easier for volunteer groups. There's a number of reports associated with neighborhood activities. So what we're suggesting is that pending council's decision on this and council's position on those, that would comprise 1 full FTE position.
So back to my question, we hired a full-time staff to do this, but if we go with option 1, we don't need a full-time staff.
Through the mayor, we have not hired that position. The position was approved within the context of the budget. If council proceeds with option 1, we suggest 0.3 to 0.4 of an FTE would be required to implement the program.
So in these, like I'm just going to ask a question. In these times where people have been complaining about higher taxes and us hiring more and more people, there's no way we could implement organizing this in anybody's portfolio or job description at the city. Do we not have an event planner staff?
Through the mayor to council, based on our analysis, we don't have current capacity to implement this program. It would require some additional resources, particularly on the outset, to get the program up and running and started.
Okay, so I guess my next question is, what exactly does the event manager, event planner do at City Hall?
Through the mayor, I'm sorry, Councillor Harris, I missed the last part of your question there.
I was going to ask, do we have an event planner at City Hall? Do we not have someone that has that title?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, we do have staff involved in events, and I can defer to the director of CRCS in terms of the work plan for that. These are not event positions, however. They are working with community groups on recognition of significant dates, but I defer to Director Christie for further details on that.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have an individual within the CRCS department that deals with the intake of permit requests from organizing groups and individuals. So that individual, that person within our team works with them to help plan their event, obtain the necessary permits, set up traffic plans, security plans, all those kinds of things. I can tell you that that process from intake to actually delivery of the event is quite intense and labor intensive as well. So as the Deputy CAO said, that position, unfortunately at this time, does not have the capacity to take this on.
Okay. I'm just wondering, like, I don't agree with any of that, but I'm not sure what I should support in this whole motion here, because it was framed to us that we needed someone. I find it incredibly hard to believe that nobody can absorb this in their portfolio, organizing lighting displays and things with outside community groups. So I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question, I guess. Since this was at council the last time, how many people have reached out to us to have a display of some sort on city property?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dodge. I apologize, Councillor Dodge, I don't have that information. What we use to kind of determine the potential ask that we might receive, the region publishes a list of locally significant community dates, both a snapshot as well as a long form version. So once we put the word out and publicize that, we use that as a potential gauge for how many requests we might receive.
So how many requests might we receive?
I don't have the number, but I can certainly forward and circulate the snapshot and the full list of those potential significant community dates locally.
Okay, because that would help to make this decision a little easier. With that list, I would think that some of those dates are already, like there's already things planned for them. There wouldn't be like anything new wanted by community group, I wouldn't think. Do you know what I mean? Or would there?
Through the mayor to the councillor, until we formally publish the program, I couldn't presuppose who might come forward.
So from when we had the last discussion on whether we should put the display on City Hall, has there been anybody come forward that has asked and said, you know what, our community group wants to put something at City Hall?
Through the mayor, yes, I believe there were queries. I don't have them, but I can certainly look into that and provide that information to council. That said, we haven't formally published the opportunity, so I suspect there would be greater interest than what we've received to date.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. Just 2 comments. I think this is a great compromise that staff's come up with. It allows us to treat all cultural and faith groups that are interested in seeing the city participate in celebrating marking the date that they want to celebrate with them. And I'm happy to see it go to the equity seeking committees. I'm curious to see what they're going to come back with. It also is the cheaper option is option 1. We've said today, and we say it all the time, every decision is, or every day is budget day. And I struggle with the fact that we talked a lot about number of staff positions. We asked how we got here. How is there so many new staff compared in 2023 compared to 2022? Well, this is how we got here. I personally think that when we need to hire staff to increase the efficiency of the city and to get jobs done, we should do that. This job seems not in my mind to warrant hiring staff and providing storage space for different displays to put on our lawn that are maybe 50, 60 years old. And so, yeah, I'm going to be going with option 1. And I just find it hard to sit through meetings where you hear we don't want staff, and then when there's a staff position that's or a initiative that seems pretty superfluous to city operations, that's the one that folks want to go with. That's just, I don't understand that at all. But yeah, I'll be going with option 1. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank everyone city staff for putting this report together. I know it wasn't easy, and it certainly has a lot more detail than I ever expected it would. I guess I fully support option 1. I mean, I see in Welland, they illuminate the bridge, and it's a really successful, fantastic program that the community looks forward to. It's, for those who haven't seen the bridge illuminated, I highly recommend traveling to the fine city of Welland and going to the east side and enjoying the bridge because it works really, really well. Pelham has done it or Fonthill, not Pelham, has done it in the past with the arches, that it is they celebrate all kinds of events. And when we think, or for me anyway, when I think about the flag raisings and the other special events that occur in the city, for example, the Distress Center walk for suicide last night, it would have been amazing to have the city hall or whatever we eventually decide illuminated so that when people are walking through the city, or for the opioid walk, like we have a lot of walks, we have a lot of events downtown, and to me the illumination is just a great opportunity, and it's also it can be quite beyond economical, but also, we have an opportunity to embrace environmentally friendly and low carbon lighting and all that kind of stuff. So we have an opportunity to keep the costs really low once it's installed. I think that the time has passed, generally speaking, to have large displays on City Hall like the nativity scene. I don't have anything against nativity scenes, but there is one just down the street at the cathedral that people can visit quite easily and quickly. And if, when you look at the physical displays, I said it previously when we discussed this, that if we're going to own a display for one faith group, then we have to own the displays for all of the faith groups, and then it's incumbent not on the community coming to us and asking us to illuminate something, but instead to make sure that their faith is represented at City Hall. It's that's, and with the digital signs, I don't have much concern about the digital signs. There's lots of ways that I don't believe Welland has any sign that indicates their bridge, what happens. They do it on social media. They do it through all their various channels. And the same with Pelham, and I believe the same with Niagara Falls. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and apologies, Councillor McPherson, because I know that wasn't really a question, but I thought it was important to point out that the report also states that under neither option are staff suggesting the ownership, procurement, design, storage of displays, because to enable that would just simply not be feasible without many FTEs as we get it started, working with community groups on sensitive, potentially design issues would be something that we would consider not particularly feasible in either option, given the potential list of significant community events and significant dates that could come forward.
So you don't want to respond to that? Can we open up Councillor McPherson again?
So then I guess my question would be, would that mean if either option goes through that we would be selling or getting rid of our nativity scene and no longer owning one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in order to make this equitable for all groups, and given that we would have to be equitable for all groups, should council pursue option 2, which again is not recommended, but should that be council's option, what we would suggest is that we would leverage the displays of community groups. There will be some complications, which is one of the reasons why we're not recommending option 2, in terms of guidance around the quality of those displays. It is a bit of a subjective process, but we would probably go to an effort where community groups would bring displays forward that the city would not physically own, procure, design these displays, and we're suggesting that donating to community groups on a first come basis be the option to allow for that to happen for our existing display that we own.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, just a couple questions. With regards to option 2 and the storage and I'm guessing we're not going to purchase displays for the hundreds of potential holidays that there are and all the major religions and all the branches and all the religions to come. Have we talked to any community groups about their interest in purchasing displays and storing them and buying the insurance for them and the liability and all that thing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we have not at this point, but should council direct us to proceed with option 2, staff would recommend a follow-up report on what would be required as part of that process.
Yeah, it's just, that's a little, I just, maybe I'm skeptical of how many groups want to do that and have the ability to do that, to do displays somewhere else. And again, one other question, the number 2 thing, that the report says would be ineligible for display in either option 1 or 2 is religious groups. So how does that impact the nativity scene, which sort of kicked this whole thing off?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Miller. Based on the research that we did and the advice previously provided to council under solicitor-client privilege that's available, we're recommending within the eligibility requirements that we maintain the common practice that municipalities have of not allowing for religious or political observances. That said, there are communities who do, should council want to pursue it. They might have a pre-approved list working with equity-seeking committees or a list of pre-approved dates, or they might rely on dates that have been provincially or federally recognized. So that certainly is an option that council has available to them, but not one that we recommended for the reasons cited in that memo.
Yeah, and I think that's, I mean, I don't know how many people read the report, but the report's pretty unequivocal that option 2 is unfeasible, it says, I think, at least once and probably twice, and totally unwieldy. And more than that, I think, like Councillor Ratzlaff, I'm wondering what happened to my colleagues who were banging the drum about the budget, and I think trying to curry favor with voters all summer around that, but not actually presenting any ideas of what we could cut out of our budget, just throwing it to staff and expecting them to cut things. Now staff come to us, have a suggestion about how to save money, and it sounds like those same people don't want to do it. So it's just, this is how we get into a situation where a budget goes up 10% every year. And I hope people remember that when they are talking to the public, because there was a lot of misinformation going around about the budget, and this is truly how our budget goes up. Decisions like this that are not maybe superfluous, this is completely superfluous, unnecessary service for the city of St. Catharines to provide.
All right, I have 2 councillors who have not spoken yet, so I'm going to ask that first Councillor Stevens' mic be opened first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the report, it says that we had a in-camera meeting. Did legal not also stand at the podium and talk to us about this? Because we've talked about this a couple times.
Mr. Oakes?
I can't remember.
Thank you. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We've spoke about this topic multiple times.
I just don't want to say the wrong things.
No, so there was some legal advice provided to council. I just want to remind council that this initiative, the specific about hiring the staff and bringing the framework on scenes was a council direction to staff. So we're bringing back a report based on what we heard and what was approved by council. The scenarios and a report we actually approved back in 2022 essentially was the lighting recommendation and looking into that and then bringing something back to council in the 23 budget. That was approved, but in addition to that, council, an appendix, I think it was Appendix 1, which actually highlights the actual direction that was provided to staff, spoke about what we're talking about. So what staff has done is taken what council has asked for to bring it back with a recommended option based on the legal advice that we were provided, which was essentially to say, if you do something for one group, you need to provide that same opportunity for all. So in the spirit of trying to be as inclusive and welcoming and all of those elements that we bring forward through, the various equity-seeking committees and all the other work that we do, the idea of lighting was something that would make the most amount of sense from staff's perspective. It's building on best practices from other communities, and it's also listening to the legal advice that we received.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because I'm all for traditions. I mean, that tradition with the nativity scene at City Hall, I mean, that's been there as long as I can remember, and I've been born here. So, and then the 1 year during pandemic, I guess staff chose not to do it, and then they brought it back, and that opened up that whole can of worms from other groups in the area where this is where we are at right now. I mean, I hate the fact about, getting rid of certain traditions, but we also, we're pretty progressive here with all our newcomers and new traditions and customs too. So, I'm all for that. The other thing, because I don't know if I'm saying the right thing about the legal aspect was, and we're talking about a job here and there, but and that might be out of line, I'm not sure. So if we would allow one and not others, the legal ramifications down the road because against certain federal laws could be astronomical in a sense. I believe we were told that. I can't remember if it was here or there. So.
To the city solicitor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member, not to drift into legal advice territory, but it's essentially the same for everyone. So if you're going to allow one, you have to allow all, or you don't allow anyone. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. We were all in that meeting, but some people seemed to miss that part, I guess, when they were there. So I just wanted to bring that up for clarification. So I'm definitely in favor of number one. Like signs, no. Some of our councilors, that would be gaudy and everything else. But as far as illumination and other cities doing, I mean, it's a perfect way to show support for all the different community groups. So I'm definitely in favor of option one.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Could we open Councillor Lindell's mic?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Deputy CAO. I have a couple of questions just for clarification. If we went with option one, would that preclude the other illumination, like the Christmas lights that go throughout the city and the lights that are on the light poles throughout the city as well? Or is it that, would that be our sole illumination, or?
Through the mayor to the councilor, no, we had contemplated that as out of scope. It's not the same program.
Okay, and then my second question is just a clarification of what the CAO said. Because I wasn't on the council that decided this to begin with, that full-time person or part-time person was decided by the last council before our budget process? Is that what you said?
No, the decision was made to have it included as a part of the budget, but this council approved the budget with that position in it.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Councillor Kushner for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the suggestion in the report is that we'd be responsible for the storage of these, and I don't think there was any intention to do that.
I think that comes from the fact that currently the nativity scene is stored by the city. I just for clarity's sake, I think that's important.
I do recognize that, but that to me is not necessary. And if that's not necessary, that reduces the cost. I'm sure these groups would be able to store their own scenes. That would be part of the cost of them doing it. And we have one scene and we have one person. What about the artistic displays in City Hall? Do we have a full-time coordinator for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we currently do not have an individual assigned to the nativity scene. This was a new position that was directed by council within the context of the November 28th memo to accommodate the eventual receipt of this policy framework. So currently we don't have a staff resource assigned to the nativity scene.
Okay, you indicated that that was an initiative of council, and therefore we can change that, Mr. Mayor. We can change that. We don't want an additional position, but at the same time, we want to continue with past practice, and we want past practice to be inclusive. So if other groups come, we need an idea how many groups are interested and how many we are capable of allowing on City Hall property. And we don't have any of that information. So suddenly we want to change the whole process. It was a nice touch to City Hall. And my daughter lived in Singapore for several years. And when we went to visit, what we were impressed by is how they celebrated their differences. Although not a Christian country, they celebrated Christmas, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and then the Chinese New Year. That was big. Then the Muslim holiday was big. But they celebrated their differences, and we don't have to be exclusive because we allow that scene. We should also allow other scenes. So that should be understood. And we don't need a full-time person to do that. Let the ones that want a scene to store it, to repair it, and to put it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. I'm going to Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just need some clarification. I don't know whether I've missed this somewhere, but people are saying option A is cheaper than option B, or 1 versus 2. Where is the breakdown of what the cost is for if we choose option 1 or option 2 in the report? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's the use of the FTE that council approved. The full cost associated with that would depend on further analysis. We just need direction from council today on which option they can prefer, so we can go down that route and prepare that further analysis. So what the FTE count says is that there'll be less work involved from a coordination perspective and coordinating lighting versus working with community groups on accommodating them installing their displays on City Hall property. There's a number of standards, guidelines, coordination effort that would be required as part of that. So it's not cost, it's the use of the FTE that was approved by council within the budget.
So we don't actually have a breakdown. Option 1's going to cost this, option 2's going to cost that. So we can't make a decision on which is the cheaper option then.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodge, that's correct. We need direction to go and proceed, get lighting options, bring them back to council, and then get analysis to Councillor Miller's point about who might be interested, what would be involved.
Yeah, I had asked that as well, what the list was of people that had come back. So, okay, thank you.
Councillor Miller?
Yeah, just clarification to Councillor Kushner's point. Is option 2 possible without an FTE? That seemed not in the report anywhere.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Miller, to Councillor Kushner's point, for the status quo of just proceeding with one display, that can be accommodated within existing staff resources. However, the effort involved in producing this new program, working with community groups, coordinating space on the front lawn, we're suggesting that can't be accommodated within existing staff resources.
Okay, so there's like a third option where we just have the nativity scene and don't hire anyone.
Through the mayor, that's certainly council's option to decide that, but I would suggest maybe a read of the November 28th memo provided by the city solicitor.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In order for a staff person to be required for a full-time position to do this job under option 2, how many applications, we'll say, would be required in order for that person to have to do that job 40 hours a week, however many weeks a year? Like, to me, it's, I agree. I can't imagine we're going to go from one nativity scene to a situation where we're going to have one person working 40 hours a week, dealing with all these people who are suddenly going to come to City Hall looking to put displays on the front lawn that have never been here before. So how many groups are you expecting in order to have to keep somebody busy full-time?
Through the mayor to Councillor Phillips, we'd see the work plan for this position really being, especially if it's option 2, in a startup phase for a while, which would be a full-time position. In order to assess what the workload would be, we could make it contractual in the beginning to assess that, but the workload involved in working with community groups to make sure they understand the city's requirements, especially if it's physical displays, would be significant from the outset. But to your point, we could monitor that and see if it's sufficient workload over time.
It's Councillor Phillips's mic.
Okay, thank you, sorry. So we put an FTE in the budget, but, and I agree perhaps to get this started, to get regulations in place, it would take some time to do that. But once that's in place, I can't imagine a full-time position is going to be required because it's going to probably be the same groups year after year after year. You might get the odd new group, but it'd be the same rubber stamp almost every year if they're going to come forward. So I don't know, I just can't imagine how a full-time position would be required.
So through the mayor to Councillor Phillips, we can certainly accommodate that feedback in the work planning to ensure that how this moves forward monitoring, but with the recognition from the outset of the launching of the program and working with community groups, there will be significant time involved.
Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I've just been listening to everybody talk, and there seems to be a lot of questions that need to come back, like how much money and how many hours need to be spent. I'm just wondering, like, when you talk about, this is through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy CA, when you talk about regulations and things like that, what exactly are we talking about staff have to come up with? Because I kind of perceive the whole idea of doing these displays as very similar to renting a park, and I would think you have the infrastructure in place for that already.
Through the mayor, I'm very sorry, Councillor Harris. I kind of didn't catch the rest of the last part of your question.
There was some comments about, you know, getting the person starting up, coming up with a program and the regulations and the infrastructure and all that. And I'm just wondering, would it not be very similar to when we rent out like the pavilion at Burgoyne Woods, or we rent out get a permit for a park, things like that? Would you not already have the infrastructure in place?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, notionally, yes. The issues with these particular displays, particularly from the outset, is there is some expectation setting in the guidelines. In other municipalities who have opened up community space for, particularly if council elects for religious observances to be within scope, there is an element of having to work with community groups to ensure that every display that goes up are in keeping with council's earlier motion, particularly if there's religious observances that are included in the motion, as well as expectations around the quality of displays, the expectations, and so on and so forth. So if it was just as simple as, you know, renting out a spot, of course, we're foreseeing some additional workload involved in working with community groups so that those displays certainly don't cause any concerns from the community.
Okay, so as a compromise, option number 2 with the nativity scene, and we open it up to everyone, and the position starts off, you already have the money in place to hire a person. Can we not just make a program where it's inclusive?
I'm sorry, Councillor Harris.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I know I'm going to vote.
We do already have that FTE budgeted, so this report is not requesting an additional FTE.
That's not what I'm saying. I think there's a lot of confusion on what's being said here. Like how many people, like we have no information on how many people have actually applied for this in the past. So we have nothing to really go by. And I'm going to say it again, I find it very hard to believe that we already have programs where we rent things, we have an event planner, and we can't incorporate that into other people's portfolios. I'm just wondering, like, if staff gave a direction, or if council gave a direction to staff that we're going to do one of these options and we don't want to hire anybody, could you accommodate that? Or would you make it work?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that's essentially what we're looking for, is direction from council on a path forward. That's why the staff recommendation says we'll come back with more information in terms of costing. So if council wants to provide direction, whether it's option 1, option 2, or option 3, that's fine. We just staff need direction to be able to move it forward. The recommendation that we're bringing forward is based on advice that legal and discussions with our equity-seeking committees, as I mentioned earlier. But we need direction from council to be able to do it. We're not making a specific decision, and because we don't have that information, we don't have the direction to bring it in front of council. So whether there's an option to do nothing, whether there's an option for recommendation 1 or 2, we need that from council.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just would like to get this resolved. It sounds to me from what Councilor Kushner and then Councilor Miller said that we are saying we would like to put, I guess, an amendment on the table, which is option 3, which is, if I read him correctly, that we stay with the status quo without hiring anybody else. Is that fair?
So that would not be an amendment. That's a completely different motion.
That can't be an amendment?
No, because it's completely contrary to the recommendation that's on the screen. So you can hold it and make that motion if this one fails, 100%, but it's definitely not an amendment.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I'm seeing no further questions. So I will look to the clerk to call the roll on the motion that is on the screen.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's lost.
All right, so at this time, Councillor Kushner had indicated previously that he would move option 2. I don't know if he necessarily still wants to move that, but I'm going to give him the first opportunity to move an alternate motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move 2 with the clarification that storage and construction on the site, or whatever it's to be called, be at the expense of the groups. And furthermore, another amendment to that would be the one suggested by Councilor Garcia, that we continue with no additional staff, and that staff report back on the number of groups that would be considering putting something on City Hall, putting a demonstration.
For clarity, ownership, storage, and construction would not be the responsibility of the city. Okay. So option 2, physical displays on city property be approved as the official display approach by the City of St. Catharines for recognizing significant community dates and cultural events on city property, and that storage and construction, that ownership, storage, and construction, I'm just making sure that it's clearly there. Ownership, storage, and construction on the site be the responsibility of the groups, and that we continue with no additional staff. Okay, so that will be moved by Councillor Kushner.
Yeah, I will second, but some clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I assume Councilor Kushner means accepting the display that we currently own, because we're not going to dispose of it, right? Councilor Kushner? I just wanted
Can we go on
clarification.
camera to get legal advice?
Well, let's get some clarity first from Councillor Kushner.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, that when you say physical ownership, storage, and construction be the responsibility of the groups, is that accepting the current display that we already own and store?
Yes, they should be responsible for storing it, putting it up, and taking it down.
So Councillor Kushner is including that it is up to the groups to do that with the current one as well. Well, that's.
But we own it, right?
But the city will not be responsible for ownership. That's what Councillor Kushner is saying. Okay? So someone's going to have to take ownership of it. Okay. Are there any questions or comments with okay, so I'm gonna ask everybody to turn their mics off. I'm gonna go back to, because we're still in voting mode. So, to the question of who, nobody in this room can answer that question right now. It is going to be up to some group in this community, based on this motion, it's going to be up on some group in this community to take ownership of it, which, to be frank, I think was the original intention at the very beginning of all of this, that someone else had to take ownership of it. So, I understand where Councillor Garcia is coming from. That's the conversation. I understand where Councillor Miller is coming from as well, because he had asked if we were going to go down that path of continuing to own it, then we need to go get a legal opinion, because we've gotten legal advice on this particular issue. But I will say, I do not think anybody here can answer the question of who will take ownership of it. That will be up to community groups to decide whether they are willing to take ownership of it. So at this time, if anybody wishes to speak to the motion that's on the floor is now open, and I will take a listing. Councillor Ratzlaff, followed by Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, just a question about that we continue with no additional staff. So are we wanting that to mean the staff we've already approved in 2023 budget, or that's like not that staff member? So are we trying to say that there should be no staff member responsible for this initiative?
That is correct. No staff member would be responsible for this initiative.
So the staff member that we approved in the 2023 budget, what happens to that staff member?
Well, nobody's been hired in that position right now, so it would not be filled.
Right.
Councillor Williamson.
So with this, then changes to the lighting, that's gone by the wayside, I take it, through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, whoever wants to try and tackle that?
That is correct.
Okay, and then I think we're going to need more clarification with this motion in terms of like geographical location on City Hall lawn, where it's going to be delimited to. There's a whole lot of issues that are going to come out of this issue. So we asked for another staff report on it, or is that assume we're going to get something back from staff on this? How do we? What's the best way forward? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO, I guess. Or sorry, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll start and maybe kick it over to the deputy. So we did do some analysis on like City Hall lawn, real estate property from that perspective. The idea of the illumination was to avoid all of these other issues to come forward with. So I'm just I don't know if there's any additional.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Williamson, I'm understanding your question that, what would be the next step?
More or less, yeah.
That would depend on council's motion, if they'd like to get further details from staff on how this might work, how the front lawn might be divvying up, potential for conflict in dates from potential community groups based on the list of significant groups. We would be pleased to provide that analysis if council wishes to receive it.
Well, I think we're going to need more information. I'm not exactly sure all the details we're going to need, but we are going to need something. And to put it out to groups is going to be a process as well. Right?
So are you looking for an amendment maybe that requested staff report back on the path forward?
How to implement this, yes.
Okay, so would that be a friendly amendment to the mover? Okay. And that staff report back with an implementation plan.
Thank you.
I knew the words would come to me eventually. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I guess I don't really see how this is going to be possible without any additional staff. When I go, former Councillor Porter's in here, so I can talk about Cape Breton. When I go to Cape Breton, as you drive to the Bedeck, there is a gentleman who has created out of wood every character from The Simpsons that's ever been on the show. And there's like 300 of these things on his lawn. And it's awesome to see. And that is just kind of where I see this going without any staff members having any time, let alone resources or policies or whatever, to coordinate these displays. I think what's really going to happen, unfortunately, is we're just going to end up with just a nativity scene, the presence of which, and it's being the only one that we have, created this whole problem and creates lots of legal problems for the city. or it'll go the other way, and it's going to be sort of the wild, wild west out there, which will be interesting to see. I'm not sure that's the image we want to project for the city. I don't want to argue this too vociferously because, I mean, my stated preference would really just to be do nothing. I think that year where we didn't put up the nativity display should have been it, and we should have been done and just carried on doing this. We are now just sort of jumping around and making sort of stuff up as we go and trying to fit in council direction that flies totally in the face of legal advice that we receive, which never seems like a great idea for a corporation. But I mean, if this is the will of council, that's the will of council. Again, unfortunately, I think the result is going to be just one display, but I will cross my fingers and hope the real result is no display if we have no staff working on this whatsoever.
All right, thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor McPherson.
Like Councillor Williamson, I'm looking for a little clarification. I guess the question I have is with option 2, is this still going to go to our equity committees for their comment? And then, yeah, that's my first question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor McPherson, thank you for that question. So if the amendment is just to option 1, the original motion did include that the criteria and eligibility requirements be referred to the equity-seeking committees. I'd look to the clerk on whether adding that into this, since the initial motion was voted down, is still something that's on the table. It's something we would suggest. Also, if council is wishing to include the nativity scene, probably would ask for direction if council wants religious observances to be considered. That isn't part of our recommendation, so if council would like that, I'd suggest including that into.
That was going to be my second question, because my understanding from either option is that religious displays were not included in the mix. So I guess that's my other question, is the motion that's being put forward, are we saying all displays, including religious ones? And yeah, so I guess that's the question. Those are the 2 questions I have.
I will look to the mover on this one. Can we open up Councillor Kushner's mic?
Do I have to turn mine off? Turn mine
Councillor
off?
McPherson, you have to turn yours off. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The intent would be to make it inclusive, and therefore it could be referred to the appropriate city committee.
Okay, so then a friendly amendment that after the second clause, I would suggest that we steal the 4th clause from the original recommendation and put that after the second clause in this one. So I'm looking to the council coordinator if we could do that. That's the piece that speaks to the criteria and eligibility requirements for displays as outlined in this report be referred to the city's equity-seeking advisory committees for review. Would that, I'm just looking at Deputy CAO, that aligns with what you were thinking?
Through the mayor, yes, and just confirming with the clerk that since the original motion was not passed, that's procedurally correct.
Oh, I don't think there's anything wrong with that procedurally. Not that I'm the clerk, but she's nodding, so. Can we turn Councillor McPherson's mic back on?
Sorry, so then can we include, would it be friendly if we, followed the recommendation portion that excluded religious displays on City Hall?
So I can almost guarantee you
I
that
already
that's an
know.
unfriendly amendment. Can we turn on Councillor Kushner's mic?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't think of anything more unfriendly.
I had a feeling that's where you were going, Councillor. Would never pretend to tell my esteemed colleagues whether something is friendly or unfriendly. Okay, are there any other speakers to the motion as it stands? Before we move on, Is staff clear, and does this meet the requirements for appropriate guidance to move forward with what's requested? I just want to make sure we're not missing anything where we have to revisit this in a month because we missed something.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, staff can take this direction and come back with further analysis. I think it would be disingenuous to say we will be challenged to come up with an implementation plan that can be accommodated with without the resource that was approved in the 2023 budget, but we'll certainly take a look at what we can do.
Okay, then I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's lost. Oh, sorry, that's carried.
I was going to say no, that passed.
That's carried.
All right, moving on to motions. We have several motions on the docket tonight, so I will look to Councillor Miller for the first motion on affordable housing, and I will actually ask him to provide just a little bit of explanation as to the changes that were made. So if I could, can I ask the council coordinator to open up Councillor Miller's mic?
Yeah, so we...
for a moment...
Oh, shut up then, I guess.
Yeah, sorry. Can you turn your mic off? Councillor Dodge?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I've just realized I think I have a conflict on this, so I'm going to declare it now.
Ah, gotcha. Okay,
Sorry.
wonderful. No, I appreciate you. I appreciate you waving me down. I wanted to make sure the mover had an opportunity, but I appreciate you waving me down. So, Council, I'll just remind you, bring your iPad so you can fill out the conflict form. Well, you don't have to now. I'm just saying yes, but... All right, Councillor Miller, if you want to open your mic, I will turn you on. Wow.
Okay.
You and the clerk, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Miller, go.
So Councillor Ratzlaff and I had a good meeting with the Deputy CEO and the Director of Planning with regards to this motion, and we sort of wordsmithed some things. So I'm not going to read the whole motion. I trust everyone has, but basically this is coming out of a report on the financialization of housing in Canada. It includes 51 recommendations, of which the last, what do we say, there are 7, are for municipalities. Obviously, in Niagara, there are 2 levels of municipal government still. So some of these recommendations are best sent to the region with the urging that they take them on or consider them in their planning. And our recommendation, rather than adopting any of these recommendations from the report into bylaws and policies right away, is that they be considered as we go through the process that we're already in of updating our housing action plan. So there is some delineation there of which recommendations are for the city of St. Catharines primarily, and which are for the region, and which may be for the city of St. Catharines if it ends up adopting a municipal development corporation. Yeah, I'm not going to speak to this one right away. I think it speaks for itself, hopefully.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions, comments, concerns with respect to the motion on the screen? Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, if I may, I'll just speak to why I want to support this motion. The provincial government seems to put all their eggs into the supply basket, hoping to increase building more homes. We've talked about that already today. And that'll help, but as we all know, around this horseshoe, whenever we see new development, there seems to be a mismatch between what residents expect in terms of affordable housing and what actually gets built. I think that's partly because of the financialization of the housing market. In other words, we view housing as an investment vehicle, a raw resource that we can extract capital out of. And that's led to a mismatch between what people need and expect from affordable housing and what's actually built. And so what's the gist of the recommendations are to increase non-market housing non-market housing, things like housing co-ops, land trusts, social housing. These are the things that are somewhat protected or cushioned from the financialization of the housing market. So this allows for affordable housing that actually matches our expectations of what affordable housing should be. You see that in the housing co-ops that were built in the 90s or earlier that are in St. Catharines and are still very affordable. And so these recommendations are hoping to expand that type of housing, non-market housing. And yeah, I hope that they're able to do that because it's needed. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Miller to close things up.
Yeah, I just want to say I really do recommend everyone read this report. It's really 6 or 7 reports on different types of housing, housing for seniors, housing, social housing, rental housing, things like that. But the summary report draws a really good picture of where we're at and where to go and how we got here. I think in municipalities, we know this, we really wish this wasn't our responsibility, but I think it's clear that the upper levels of government aren't maybe taking this as seriously as they need to or providing the resources. In fact, they're downloading a lot of the responsibilities to us. So it will be our responsibility for years and years to come. I think that's clear, unfortunately. And hopefully incorporating some of these recommendations into our housing action plan will help us mitigate, because I don't think we can really plan to solve the housing crisis, but mitigate some of the symptoms of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
And Mayor Zisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, we will give Councillor Dodge just a moment to come on back because the next motion is Councillor Dodge's. Someone wonderful. And do we have a seconder for Councillor Dodge's motion? Councillor Williamson. So at this time, Councillor Dodge, if you want to speak to the motion, it's up on the screen.
I believe that this is a fairly straightforward motion, and I would like this council to support this. I think it's important that we, at any time that we can, support the environment, and in this particular case, a lot of this is partnering with our Indigenous partners, and I think that it's just a great thing that we should support.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I want to thank Councillor Dodge for bringing this motion forward. I was excited when I saw this motion on the agenda. I just returned, I'm not sure if many people know, I just returned a few days ago from the United Nations, where I was fortunate enough to attend the, in Geneva, Switzerland. It was the Climate Expert Forum on Climate Change Mitigation. It was a pretty phenomenal experience for 3 days. At the UN, where they talked about impacts on climate change, the need for things like the Biosphere, but it also highlighted a lot of the unique things that municipalities across the globe are doing. Switzerland is ahead of the game. They have a lot of, they rely a lot on water energy, where they use their upper lower lakes to filter and generate battery storage. They use a lot of wind power, solar power, so it was exciting to see that. Denmark, who uses their very unique thing they do in Denmark, is they use their hydro bills to determine if people live in the homes, and if they don't and they're vacant, they charge them a vacant home tax, where they use that money to actually invest into green renewable energy. So it's quite phenomenal to see what's happening around the world. And again, thank you to Councillor Dodge for bringing this forward. I think it's a great motion. I look forward to supporting it.
Right, thank you, Councillor Townsend. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Stevens,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Phillips,
Yes.
Counselor McPherson,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 10.3, adding an additional council meeting on September 18th, 2023. Moving the motion is the captain of fun, Counselor Phillips.
Oh, gee, thank you.
He's having such a good time tonight, he wants another one next week. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Counselor Lindell. The council will approve a special council meeting for Monday, September the 18th, 2023 at 5 p.m. at the Neil Campbell Rowing Center, and that the special meeting be held for strategic planning purposes, and that the city clerk be directed to make the necessary notifications. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll look, well, all those in favor? Opposed? That's unanimously carried. He waved, I watched.
I was just going to say it's the Neil Campbell Rowing Center powered by Electra.
Powered by Electra, ladies and gentlemen, powered by Electra. Thank you, Counselor Harris, for that timely reminder. Speaking of Counselor Harris, up next we have a motion endorsing the nomination for Ontario Heritage Awards for Rodman Hall. Moving this motion is Counselor Harris. Do I have a seconder? Counselor Kushner?
Kushner, yeah.
Thank you, Counselor Harris. And your disembodied voice from the ceiling can now speak to the motion if you would like.
No, it's a beautiful building. He's done a wonderful job, and I suggest anybody that has a chance go over and take a look at it. And he's preserved a lot of the history. There's a lot of pictures of the Merritt family, and it's a wonderful building. And he's done St. Catharines proud. How's that? So Councillor Kushner and I are humbled to put this forward. Right, Councillor Kushner? Hello?
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. What he's done in Merritton, he has now done a better job in St. Andrew's Ward. So we're very proud of what he's done.
Excellent. Agreed. All right. Are there any speakers to the motion? All right. Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor McPherson,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Phillips,
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Counselor Stevens,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, we are on to item 10.5, traffic calming along Carlton Street and Lake Street. This is moved by Councillor Ratzlaff and seconded by Councillor McPherson. Councillor Ratzlaff, do you wish to speak to the motion? Okay, just wait. There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you. Yeah, I won't read it out. I can just kind of give you the point form. So we did have the collision at the corner of Hague and Carlton where a staff member, crossing guard, was struck on Tuesday, the first day of school. That intersection is one that we've heard from residents is problematic. And because of that, I had talked to regional staff about doing a traffic control review, which I believe they're in the middle of doing. So one of the issues with that intersection is the two main issues. The one is that the schools were amalgamated, so into Harry Tubman, so you had Maywood and you had Memorial, both serving those two neighborhoods, and now those two neighborhoods, one of them has to cross Carlton and then Lake, and the other one just has to cross Lake to get to Harry Tubman. Harry Tubman, large school, when it rains, there are cars all over the place on those residential streets, and the principal there is always encouraging parents to walk their kids, which means crossing Carlton and Hague, or crossing Carlton at Hague, or crossing Lake or crossing Lake Street. The other issue is that the demographics of the neighborhood are changing rapidly. Harry Tubman, the number of kids are increasing, and they've actually had to change the boundaries of the school so that more students are pulled to Connaught. And so the Connaught's boundaries move closer to Harry Tubman, meaning almost a large majority of the students are coming from the other side of Lake and the other side of Carlton and have to cross those streets. Those streets were designed to service GM, bring GM workers in and out of that plant quickly and efficiently. And that plant's not there anymore. And as you know, we're hoping residents move into that area at some point in the next soon. And so that's going to also mean that those streets are going to need to be addressed. The safety of those streets are going to need to be addressed. And so what I've proposed here, well, the one is, I mean, in one of the whereas clauses, I've encouraged, where is it here? I encourage regional staff to do the traffic control and let them know that residents would prefer a traffic light or a stop sign. But the therefore clause, what I'm requesting from both city staff and regional staff, on Pelham Road, the region's installed these bollards. One's in the middle of the road, and then you have two on the outside, and they're kind of spaced out evenly every 100 meters or so along Pelham towards Vancicle. And so as an immediate action that can be taken to improve the safety on Carlton and Lake, look at installing something similar or the same on those two streets. Lake has two pedestrian crossing points, and I've seen this done on Vine Street. I think it was done where that type of bollard system is set up at the pedestrian crossing, just to bring more awareness to the fact that people are looking to cross the street at this point. And so that's the motion. Long and short of it.
Counselor, the one correction I will make, while it does bring awareness to the fact that it's a crossing point, it also forces every single vehicle to slow down to make sure they get between the bollards, which is why they are an exceptional piece of traffic calming, and I sincerely hope that we make better use of them going forward. And I've been fighting that fight for a couple of years, and our staff, I have found, are very receptive to that concept. Strong mayor. Thank you, Counselor. All right, Counselor McPherson.
Just to follow up, what my colleague said is, the accident itself happening on the first day of school, that intersection, and I actually called my mom because she's obviously older than I am, and she remembers that intersection much better than I do because she lived downtown, and she has said, that it has been an issue for kids crossing for decades. And it's the least we can do to ensure that kids are safe and crossing guards are safe and all pedestrians are safe when they're crossing our streets. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Seeing no other comments, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
I forgot to ask, just one thing. Is there any way we can put some sort of date to try and get some sort of response from the region? I had my hand up and then I lowered it by accident. Or can we just direct staff to get this done as soon as possible to contact the region?
Yeah, that part is in there as soon as possible.
I just think like if we put some pressure on and makes like it will happen a lot quicker. Because it's the beginning of the school year, like within the next couple of weeks. That's all. And yes.
So it's a yes, and staff are meeting with regional staff.
Thank you.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Zisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. Call for notices of motion. Notices of motion. Counselor Garcia.
I submitted it, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if they can put it on the screen.
Because it was a notice, the staff didn't have it prepared to put up on the screen, but if you want to, if you want to just describe with respect to.
The motion that I will have at the next meeting is to have the guidance for the 2024 budget, operating budget increase at the city be set at zero. In other words, that there would be no increase in the city's operating budget in 2024 over 2023. And I will have some explanatory notes on that for the motion itself.
Okay. Are there any other notices of motion? All right, seeing none. Item 12, report requests. Councillor Phillips, you have a report request regarding bylaw enforcement policy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that staff prepare a report outlining the possibility of changing the city's enforcement procedure from strictly a complaint-driven basis to include or as noticed by the bylaw officer procedure. We have situations where if it's a complaint, they attend and deal with the situation, but in driving to the site, they might see another situation that is where a bylaw is not being enforced, and they don't necessarily deal with it at that time. This now, if it's not complaint-driven, this will give them the opportunity to act on a bylaw that needs to be enforced without a complaint. And I'd hope that we could get that back by the end of this year.
Okay. And then we also have a report request from Councillor McPherson regarding traffic calming on Vancicle North. So, that staff prepare a report on traffic calming on Vancicle Road North. Any questions to those? Okay. All those in favor of the report requests? Opposed? That's carried. On to committee and task force minutes. The council receive and file the minutes of the advisory committees of council as presented. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Dodge, Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And to the closed session, and I will look to the clerk.
So the motion to go into closed session is for item 1, financial management services, Coca-Cola Contract Amendment, and it's under Municipal Act, Section 2392F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and 239K, a position plan procedure criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. And item 2 is fire services, Fire Chief Director of Fire Services, Ssonix Fire update, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 2392E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board.
All right, mover and a seconder to go in camera. Phillips and McPherson, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Off we go in camera. Back. Two motions. The first one, the council approve the staff recommendation contained in report FMS 126-2023 regarding the proposed Coca-Cola Contract Amendment. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Stevens. I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just counting. Oh, Councillor Kushner. Just in a different spot. Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson. No. Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
15.2, the council received the memorandum from the fire chief regarding the Ssonix Fire update for information. Moving this, I have Councillor Dodge, Councillor Phillips. Look to the clerk.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. That's a yes. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to F be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and clerk. Mover and seconder, Stevens and Garcia. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Dodge, Councillor McPherson. All those in favor? Opposed? Go Bills.